they're just standing here saying we could set them this week, then that means their office is gonna go see them, right?
Because we usually give them time so they can talk to them, so we're not passing it off to the.
I understand, but I have lawyers
I
telling
can
me to set
email
it.
the two attorneys in that court to let them know we got appointed today.
Just set it Tuesday, and if they're not ready, then I'll ask Judge Harm to set it over. All right, well, who is this? I'm sorry.
Michael Carter, Your Honor.
Michael Carter.
Michael Carter. Okay, Mr. Carter, you are here on a charge of felony domestic battery. Would you like a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Can you afford to hire your own lawyer?
No, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender and assess a $50 application fee.
Okay.
I reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. I will set bond at $5,000. If you're able to post the bond, you'll have no contact directly, indirectly, or through a third person with the alleged victim. Stay 500 feet away from her person, residence, vehicle, place of employment, school, and so forth. Do not possess weapons, firearms, or ammunition. And you may return one time within 48 hours of your release with a police officer or deputy to retrieve any necessary personal items. It appears you have an open case in 26 CT 2212 for domestic violence, I believe. Having found probable cause that you've committed a new crime, I am revoking your release in that, well, that CT case couldn't be a domestic case, right? Let me confirm that case,
CT.
it's just a case number.
It's a no valid DL charge.
All right.
Just let me see.
It's no valid driver's license.
Yeah, I thought so. Yes.
He had first appearance on March 16th. I would just ask if the court would use its discretion and not harbor him on the no valid driver's license charges. But obviously, it's a totally different charge than the traffic charge.
All right, you will be held in no bond on that prior case, the prior traffic case. Good luck.
Next one we have last name's Cole. First name Joshua.
Joshua Cole. All right, Mr. Cole, you are here on one count of corruption by threat of a public servant, one count possession of methamphetamine, one count possession of drug paraphernalia, and one count resisting an officer without violence. Would you like the assistance of a lawyer?
I was gonna get
I'm sorry,
public. Yeah, I was gonna get public defender.
you cannot afford to hire a lawyer?
Public defender, yeah. Yeah, lawyer, yeah.
I'll appoint the public defender, assess a $50 application fee. Give me just a moment.
Public defender or lawyer, yeah.
They're the same thing.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry.
Which bond is?
I have reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. I'll set bond on the corruption by threat in the amount of $5,000, on the resisting at $1,000, paraphernalia at $1,000, and the methamphetamine at $5,000. Good luck.
Okay, yeah, the lawyer.
Next one's last name's Cox. First name Warington.
Your Honor, Standard Smith Public Defender's Office. I do want to waive every single one of his charges that he has, including the VOP charge. I don't know if he knows what all the charges are.
All right, sir, do you know what you're charged with?
Yes, sir.
I also want to waive any special conditions of pretrial release as well that may be imposed.
Waive me announcing them to him?
Announcing, I have no objection to the numbers being announced for the conditions, but the actual, like the special ones that we add on these type of cases.
All right. All right, sir, you're here on a total of 19 charges, it looks like. Give me a moment to, first of all, would you like a lawyer to assist you?
Yes, sir.
Can you afford to hire your own lawyer?
No, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender and assess a $50 application fee. Give me just a minute. I reviewed the affidavits. There is probable cause. I'll set bond on, I'm just gonna refer to the numbers on the clerk's first appearance hearing order. Is that acceptable?
That's fine.
On counts 1 and 2 on the order, it will be at $10,000 per count. On 3, it will be at $5,000 per count. On 4 and 5 at $50,000 per count, as well as 6 and 7. So $50,000 per count, 4, 5, 6, and 7. On count 8 at $25,000. On 9, 10, and 11, and 12 at $25,000 per count. On count 13, that will be $75,000. On count 14, 15, 16, and 17 each at $10,000. On 18 at $15,000. And you'll be held at no bond on the VOP.
How much the total?
I have no idea. It's a lot.
Yeah, you're no bond, so you can't bond that anyways.
All right, good luck.
Next one we have, last name's Green. First name Garrick.
All right, Garrick Green, Mr. Green, you are here on a charge of possession of methamphetamine, possession of drug paraphernalia, and sale of methamphetamine. Would you like the assistance of a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Can you afford to hire a lawyer?
No, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender and assess a $50 application fee. In just a minute. the affidavit, there is probable cause. And I will set bond on the sale of methamphetamine at $15,000, on the paraphernalia, $1,000, and the possession at $5,000. Good luck.
What is that total, sir?
I got it. I got it. Next one is O'Brien Jeffrey.
Oh,
All right. Sir, you are here on a warrant out of Pinellas County. It's for violation of pretrial release on battery. We have confirmed that warrant. The judge over in Pinellas County directed that you be held at no bond, so you will be held at no bond. That's a reasonable time to come get you, and you can make arrangements for a lawyer with the judge over there in Pinellas. And do we reset these on a checkup docket?
424.
All right, so if they haven't come to get you, you'll be back here April 24th at 1 o'clock. All right, good luck.
thank you.
Next one's Rios Lewis.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, staff.
Marty. All right, Lewis. Sir, you are here on a charge of domestic battery by strangulation. Would you like the assistance of a lawyer?
Sure. No, matter of fact, I'll take care of everything. Don't worry about it.
You hire a lawyer?
Yeah, I'll work on it.
All right. If you're unable to, let the judge know when you get to arraignment. Let me review the affidavit. I have reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. Your bond will be set at $5,000. If you're able to post the bond, you'll be placed on pretrial release. You're to have no contact directly, indirectly, or through a third person with your brother, the alleged victim. You will not possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition. Stay 500 feet away from his person, residence, vehicle, place of employment, school, and so forth. If you were living together at the time, you may return one time within 48 hours of your release with a police officer or deputy to retrieve necessary personal items. However, it appears you have an open case, 26 CF 3037. You know what that's for?
Yes, sir. I'm informed.
No, I'm asking the lawyers here if they can tell me what it's for. All right, it looks like it's a drug case. Having found probable cause to believe that you've committed a new offense while on pretrial release or bond in that other case, I am revoking your release, discharging your bonds, and you will be held at no bond in that prior case.
And Your Honor, I guess he's the fine bullet defender in the new case. He doesn't have an attorney in the old case. Was he going to hire a private attorney on that as well?
Are you sure you don't need the public defender now that you're going to be in jail without a bond?
I'll have the public defender in both cases.
So you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, is that correct?
That's correct.
I'll appoint the public defender provisionally in each case and assess a $50 application fee.
What's that case number?
26 CF 3037.
Thank you.
All right, good luck.
Next one's Turkos Garcia, Salvador.
Sir, you are here on a capias issued by Judge Denmark. Let's see. It's a direct information on a charge of battery by strangulation. The information provides probable cause. Would you like a lawyer to assist you?
I got a private attorney.
You're going to hire a private attorney in this case, you said?
Yeah.
All right. All right, sir, I will set bond for you in, give me just a moment. That smaller, drama that I don't know what I did. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Sir, I'll set bond for you in the amount of $10,000. If you're able to post the bond, it'll be placed on pretrial release. They'll have no contact directly, indirectly, or through a third person with Brenda Diaz. You'll possess no weapons, firearms, or ammunition. Stay 500 feet away from her person, residence, vehicle, place of employment, school, and so forth. If I didn't say it, no weapons, firearms, or ammunition. If you were living together, you may return one time within 48 hours with a police officer or deputy to retrieve any necessary personal items. Good luck.
That's all we have in South, Judge.
Oh, can
You enjoy the rest of your
I got a
day.
bond? I got a bond.
First up at Central is Brittany Bolton.
Ms. Bolton and alleged victim, who will be calling later, Abdul Rahman, I may have said that wrong, he's first on the docket, were both charged in the same incident. I believe they don't, they have different addresses, so they don't live together. I just wanted the court to be aware of that, for bond purposes. That was all.
Simple battery. Miss Lauren, what is this other? Well, I'll ask her in a moment.
That's just the classification, Your Honor. It's just the battery.
Oh.
It's dating violence battery.
Okay, so I think the charge just needs to be amended then. It's one count on the order, but it should be battery dating violence. All right, that's the charge, battery and dating violence. Would you like a lawyer to assist you?
Yes, please.
Can you afford to pay for the lawyer?
No, I cannot.
I'll appoint the public defender and assess a $50 application fee. Let me review the affidavit. All right, I have reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. I'll set on. I'll set bond in the amount of $1,000. If you're able to post the bond, you'll be on pretrial release and you'll have no contact directly, indirectly, or through a third person with even Abdul Rahman. You'll possess no weapons, firearms, or ammunition. Stay 500 feet away from his person, vehicle, residence, place of employment, school, and so forth. And good luck to you.
Sierra Collins.
Collins, you are here on a charge of domestic battery. Would you like a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Afford to hire a lawyer?
No, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender and assess a $50 application fee. Just a moment. I have reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. I'll set bond $1,000. You're able to post the bond, be placed on pretrial release. You'll have no contact directly, indirectly, or through a third person with Kalen Convis. Stay 500 feet away from this person, residence, vehicle, place of employment, school, and so forth. Do not possess weapons, firearms, or ammunition. You may return one time within 48 hours with a police officer or deputy to retrieve necessary personal items. Good luck to you.
Next is Crystal Crawley.
Raleigh, you are here on one count of domestic assault and one count of domestic battery. Would you like a lawyer to assist you? I'm sorry, hang on. It's actually 2 counts of domestic assault and 1 count of domestic battery. Would you like a lawyer?
Yes, because they jumped me. Yes, I would like a lawyer.
Know why you want one, but I do need to know if you can afford to hire your own.
Matter of fact, I'm working right now, so I probably could afford my own.
Is that a yes, you can afford a lawyer?
We're gonna put a no. We're gonna put a no.
Can you just tell me yes or no? Can you afford to hire a
I
lawyer?
said we're gonna
Yes
put
or
a
no? Just simply yes or no.
said no.
No, Your Honor.
I hear that now that there's not all these other words with it. Thank you. If you are unable to hire that lawyer, just let the judge know when you get to court. Let me review the paperwork. I've reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. See no history. I'll set bond on the domestic battery at 5,000, on each of the assaults at 1,000 per count. If you're able to post those bonds, you'll be on pretrial release. You'll have no contact directly, indirectly, or through a third person with Melvin Crawley. Stay 500 feet away from this person, residence, vehicle, place of employment, school, and so forth. Do not possess weapons, firearms, or ammunition. It does not appear you're living together, so you don't need to go over there.
She said she lives there.
My
I
mail
already told her.
come there.
All right.
My
You
clothes
are,
and my
Listen.
If you are living together, that's not what it appears to say in the affidavit, but if you are, you may return one time within 48 hours with a police officer or deputy to retrieve any necessary personal items. Good luck.
Step on her yard. The next one, Your Honor, Victoria Dodson. These are add-on charges. Basically, if we attempt to try and bring her up, most likely she's going to get additional charges by the way she's acting.
Your
Down in the
Honor,
building.
the Sanderson Flood Defender's Office, it appears our office already represents her in another case, so I would just ask to be appointed and waive her appearance.
All right, I'll appoint the public defender. The public defender has waived her appearance. For the record, the charges are resisting with violence, depriving an officer of means of protection or communication, and battery on a law enforcement officer. Just a moment. The affidavit, there is probable cause. On the resisting with violence, bond will be set at 10,000, depriving an officer at 10,000, and battery on a law enforcement officer at 10,000. Next case.
The next one is Ensvalder Lauren. The PD was already informed about her behavior and being uncooperative. We had to send her back to the building, asking to waive her appearance.
Yes, Your Honor, I was informed Sanderson Flood Defender's Office. I would ask just to be appointed on her case and waive her appearance and bond to be set.
All right, based on that, I'll appoint the public defender, and based on their representation, her appearance has been waived. The charge for the record is resisting an officer without violence. Review the affidavit.
Next is,
Hang on.
Who is this again?
Ensfelder with an E
Ensvalder.
and something. Right. I reviewed the affidavit. This probable cause. And her bond set at $1,000. All right, next case.
This is Tanisha Gerving.
Ms. Irving, you are clear on a charge of domestic battery. Would you like a lawyer to assist you?
Yes, sir.
Can you afford to hire a lawyer?
No.
I'll appoint the public defender and assess a $50 application fee. I have reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. I'll set bond in the amount of $5,000. If you're able to post the bond, you'll be placed on pretrial release. You'll have no contact directly, indirectly, or through a third person with Preston Kern. Stay 500 feet away from his person, residence, vehicle, place of employment, school, and so forth. Do not possess weapons, firearms, or ammunition. You may return one time within 48 hours of your release with a police officer or deputy to retrieve any necessary personal items if you were living together.
Okay.
Good luck.
Next is Nasa Gillett.
Skillet, you are here on a charge of domestic battery. Would you like the assistance of a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Can you afford to hire a lawyer?
No, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender and assess a $50 application fee.
Timmons.
I have reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. All right, I'll set bond in the amount of $5,000. If you're able to post the bond, you'll be placed on pretrial release. And you will have no contact directly, indirectly, or through a third person with Abigail Duran. You'll stay 500 feet away from a person, residence, vehicle, place of employment, school, and so forth. You're to possess no weapons, firearms, or ammunition. And you may return one time within 48 hours of your release with a police officer or deputy to retrieve any necessary personal items. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
The next one, Your Honor, is Octavia Greer. I didn't get to let the public defender know, but it's the same scenario as in Spouter. She came up uncooperative. We had to return her back down to the building.
Sounds like it's contagious today.
Yes, sir, and I'm just, and this is Ms. Greer, just one moment.
Octavia Greer.
And the public defender should be aware of her.
Just one moment. I don't have time to do a lot of investigations in all these cases prior to court like that, like I used to, or on a Saturday, Sunday. I'm trying to remember who this is. Yeah, I would just ask to be appointed on her case and waive her appearance. Figure out whether we.
All right, for the record, the charges are resisting an officer without violence, possession of paraphernalia, possession of fentanyl, and petty theft. Looks like felony petty theft. I have reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. Bonds are set at $1,000 on the resisting, $1,000 on the paraphernalia, $5,000 on the fentanyl, and $5,000 on the felony petty theft. All right.
And we were appointed.
And the public defender is appointed.
Thank you.
The next one, Your Honor, I already made the public defender aware of is Lisa Hahn. Same scenario.
Yes,
All these people together and just get jumping on the
this one may
bandwagon.
be a little different, Your Honor. Sandra Smith, Public Defender's Office, asked to be appointed. We represent her in a case she's being evaluated for competency on right now, so we already represent her in another matter. I would just ask for us to be appointed, waiver appearance, and bonds be set.
All right, based on that, the public defender is appointed, assess a $50 application fee, and based on the representation, her appearance has been waived. The charges are resisting without violence, and assault on a law enforcement officer. I have reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. Bonds will be set at $1,000 on the resisting and $500 on the assault. Actually, that's assault on Leo, so $1,000 on the assault. Leo. Sorry. All right, next case.
This is Deon Lions, Your Honor.
All right, you are here on a charge of trespass in an occupied structure or conveyance. Would you like a lawyer?
Yeah.
You can afford to hire a lawyer?
No.
I'll appoint the public defender provisionally and assess a $50 application for the system officer. I have reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. And your bond is set at $1,000. Good luck.
Angela McKittrick.
Right, ma'am, you're here on one count of possession of a controlled substance and one count possession of paraphernalia. Would you like the assistance of a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
You pay for the lawyer?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender and assess a $50 application fee. Review the affidavit. There is probable cause. Your bonds are set at 5,000 on the possession of methamphetamine and 1,000 on the possession of drug paraphernalia. Good luck.
Thank you.
Next up is Misty Micardo.
All right, you are here on a charge of possession of morphine and a charge of possession of diazepam. Would you like a lawyer?
Yes,
Can you afford to hire the lawyer?
no,
I'll appoint the public defender and assess a $50 application fee. I have reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. Your bonds are set at 5,000 per count. Good luck.
Next is Shauna Murphy.
And you are here on a charge of possession of methamphetamine and a charge of possession of drug paraphernalia. Would you like a lawyer?
Yes.
Can you afford to pay for the lawyer?
No.
I'll appoint the public defender and assess a $50 application fee. I have reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. Your bonds are set at 5,000 on the methamphetamine and 1,000 on the paraphernalia. Good luck.
Caria Nimmons.
And you are here on a charge of felony battery and a violation of probation on a charge of possession of cocaine. Would you like a lawyer to assist you?
yes, sir, your honor.
Can you afford to hire the lawyer?
No, sir, your honor.
Or appoint the public defender and assess a $50 application fee. I reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. Your bonds will be set, or your bond will be set on the felony battery at $5,000. On the VOP, you'll be held at no bond. Good luck.
Gabriela Partridge.
Partridge.
Yes,
All right, ma'am, you're here on a charge of possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia. Would you like a lawyer?
yes,
You afford to pay for a lawyer?
no, no, I can't.
I'll appoint the defender and assess a $50 application fee.
Thank you.
I have reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. Your bonds are set at 5,000 on the cocaine and 1,000 on the paraphernalia. Good luck.
Thank you.
Rebecca Robbins Dean.
All right, ma'am, you are here on a warrant signed by Judge Gibson for violating probation on the underlying charge of petty theft. Would you like a lawyer to assist you?
Yes, please.
Can you afford to hire a lawyer?
No,
I'll appoint the public defender, provisionally assess a $50 application fee. Judge Gibson found probable cause when she issued the warrant and directed that you be held at no bond. So you will be held at no bond. Good luck.
Next is Sasha Row.
All right, you are here on a charge of battery on a person 65 years of age or older. Would you like a lawyer?
Yes.
Can you afford to hire a lawyer?
No.
I'll appoint the public defender, assess a $50 application fee. Affidavit, there is probable cause. I'll set bond in the amount of $5,000. If you're able to post the bond, you'll be placed on pretrial release. You're to have no contact directly, indirectly, or through a third person with Felix Boyce. You'll possess no weapons, firearms, or ammunition. You'll stay 500 feet away from his person, residence, vehicle, place of employment, school, and so forth. And you may return one time within 48 hours of your release with a police officer or deputy to retrieve any necessary personal items. Good luck.
Thank you.
Christina Slater.
Slater, you are here on one count of tampering with physical evidence, one count possession of methamphetamine, and one count possession of drug paraphernalia. Would you like a lawyer to assist you?
Yes.
Can you afford to hire a lawyer?
No.
I'll appoint the public defender and assess a $50 application fee.
It should be David Lonnie.
I've reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. Your bonds are set at $5,000 on the tampering, $1,000 on the paraphernalia, and $5,000 on the methamphetamine. Good luck.
Esmeralda Torres.
Sandra Smith, Public Defender's Office, Your Honor. I have a stipulation with the state that there's probable cause for lesser charge of trespass of a conveyance and secondary misdemeanor as opposed to the charge he has, the burglary. I would also ask to be appointed on this. There are competency issues.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And you're here on a charge of burglary. Would you like the public defender? Sorry?
Yes.
I'll appoint the
Yes, sir.
public defender, assess a $50 application fee based on the stipulation and my review of the affidavit. There is probable cause for trespass to a conveyance. I'll set bond in the amount of $1,000. Good luck.
Tiffany Vinci.
You are here, let's see. Capiases. All right, there's one capias. Let's see, failure to appear for a review hearing on charges of burglary and felony. That was Pinkett. Well, first of all, there's a bunch of failures to appear. Did you have a lawyer in any of these cases already? Was it the public defender? The public defender will continue to represent you in these cases. So there's the one capias for burglary and felony petty theft for failing to appear at a review hearing. And Judge Pinkett directed that you be held at no bond and that you're to be set the next Wednesday at 1 p.m. in F8. So that'll be this Wednesday at 1 o'clock. And there's a capias, another capias by Judge Pinñati on a possession of cocaine and paraphernalia for failing to appear at the review hearing. Same terms, no bond, hearing this Wednesday at 1 o'clock. Other capias charges are burglary, felony petty theft, false fire alarm, and possession of an ID of another for purposes of harassment. Same conditions, no bond, with a hearing on Wednesday. So you'll be held at no bond and you'll see Judge Pinñati Wednesday at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Lisa Williams, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Williams, you're here on a charge of possession of a controlled substance and possession of paraphernalia. Would you like a lawyer?
Yes, please.
Afford to hire the lawyer?
No.
Or appoint the public defender, assess a $50 application fee. I have reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. Let's see, I'll set bond for you in the amount of $5,000 on the controlled substance charge and $1,000 on the paraphernalia. Good luck.
This is Ibn Ali Abdur. Oh yeah,
Abdul Rahman.
I'm gonna let him say his last name.
Abdul Rahman.
All right.
And it's Anderson Flood Defender's Office, this other half of Miss Brittany Bolton's case.
All right. Sir, you're here on a charge of battery as an act of dating violence. Would you like a lawyer?
No, sir. I'm in my proper persona, so juris, Your Honor.
Okay, if you change your mind, let the judge know when you get to court.
Understood.
See, reviewed this affidavit. There is probable cause. Let's see. What did I set her bond at? You recall?
It's 1,000.
I'll set bond at $1,000. If you're able to post the bond, you'll be on pretrial release. You'll have no contact directly, indirectly, or through a third person with Brittany Bolton or her proper person. You will not possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition. Stay 500 feet away from their person, residence, vehicle, place of employment, school, and so forth. You also have a warrant out of, I think, Orange County.
I was unaware, Your Honor.
It's for failing to appear on a charge of attaching an unassigned tag. The judge over there sets your bond at $2,000, so you do have a bond. However, if you don't post it when you resolve your local case, they'll be here to get you, and you can discuss your arrangements with a lawyer with the judge in Orange County. Good luck.
Understood.
Tyler Alford. Right here.
Sanderson Flood Defender's Office, Your Honor. I do want to be heard. Your Honor, I would just ask for an earlier court date on this. He's only violated for owing money.
All right, sir, you're here on an allegation that you violated probation on underlying charges of battery by strangulation, false imprisonment, and aggravated assault. Would you like a lawyer to assist you?
Yes, sir.
Or to hire the lawyer?
I'm sorry.
I'll appoint the public defender provisionally and assess a $50 application fee. This case is going to be set Monday on Judge Harm's docket
Thank you.
at 8:30. It's 8:30, right? It's docket starts.
Is it 8:30?
8:15.
8:15, thank you. How was it from you
For
for
Pops?
Yes.
Okay.
Richard Bloodworth.
All right, sir. Let's see. I don't think you have a criminal case. You're here on a writ of bodily attachment for failure to pay support. That was issued by Judge Spoto. Judge Spoto indicated that you can purge the contempt by making a payment of $500 cash to be paid towards support. So you can do that. If you're unable to, you'll see a hearing officer or magistrate early next week. Understand?
I do understand. That has to be paid in cash, Your Honor.
I don't know what forms, it's just you can't post a bond for it. I don't know.
I got it.
It's cash or maybe they take debit. I don't know. All
Okay,
right, good
thank
luck.
you. Gilbert Brandon.
All right, Mr. Brandon, you're here on a capias issued by Judge Patey, or authorized by Judge Patey, on an underlying charge of failure to carry motor vehicle liability insurance. That's failing to appear at arraignment. Would you like a lawyer?
No.
No? All right, if you change your mind, let the judge know when you get to court. I don't know why they have you at no bond, because Judge Patey set bond of $500 on the capias, so 500. Do we know why he was at no bond? No.
And I haven't been able to figure this out. They do this every day. They change the capiases and the warrant amounts that other judges set. I don't know why they do that.
When you say they, who do you mean?
The jail.
Oh,
The jail.
all right. Jail shouldn't do that. All right. Good luck.
We don't.
Earl Bullet.
All right, sir, you are here on a charge of possession of cannabis resin and possession of drug paraphernalia. Would you like a lawyer?
No, sir.
Represent yourself?
I said no, sir.
You're going to represent yourself?
Yes, sir.
All right, I don't think that's a good idea, so if you change your mind, you can tell me now, or you can tell the judge at arraignment.
Yes, sir.
I have reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. Your bonds are set at, why is he at no bond?
That's how they said.
He's on active juvenile probation. All right. I'll set bond on the paraphernalia at 1,000 and 5,000 on the cannabis resin. Good luck.
Next is Dominic Butler, and I already informed him of his charge, Your Honor.
All right. You know what you're charged with, sir?
Yes, yes.
Would you like to have a lawyer assist you?
Public defender.
Cannot pay for a lawyer?
Public defender.
Is that a no? You can't pay for a lawyer?
Yes.
All right. I'll appoint the public defender provisionally and assess a $50 application fee. Let me review the affidavit. I have reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. I'll set bond for you in the amount of $10,000. If you're able to post the bond, you'll be placed on pretrial release. You'll have no contact directly, indirectly, or through a third person with, lost that name. Taylor Whitby. You'll stay out of all Dollar General locations. And you will possess no weapons, firearms, or ammunition. Good luck.
Lonnie Carter, Your Honor.
Right, sir, you're here on a charge of felony battery. Would you like a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Look forward to hire a lawyer.
No, sir. No, sir.
Appoint the public defender, assess a $50 application fee. The affidavit, there is probable cause. I'll set bond for you in the amount of $5,000. If you're able to post the bond, you'll be on pretrial release. You'll have no contact directly, indirectly, or through a third person with Tanisha Leonard. Stay 500 feet away from the person, residence, vehicle, place of employment, school, and so forth. Possess no weapons, firearms, or ammunition. Good luck.
Next is Don Kevin Coy.
Kevin Coy.
I'm good at butchering names.
Mr. You are here on a habeas issued by Judge Denmark upon an allegation that you violated pretrial release. Doesn't look like you had the public defender before. Do you want a lawyer in this case?
Sir, I have an open case that I have a public defender lawyer on. I don't think I need a lawyer for my pretrial violation. It's not no new charge.
I thought he had Darren Johnson on this case.
I'm just
Yes,
saying.
right. She right.
I'm
She
just
right.
looking at the clerk's order and it doesn't show their appointment, but they will
I don't have-
they'll continue to represent you in this case. And Judge Denmark directed that you be held at no bond, but that a hearing would be set within 5 days of your arrest. And that looks like it's gonna be.
Is it 4/23?
That's not.
Yeah,
that's
it's
not-
4/23. 4/23, my bad.
It'll be April 23rd at 8:30. Good luck.
This week
Coming out, so April 23rd is now.
Dylan Crumley.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of possession of methamphetamine and possession of drug paraphernalia. Would you like the assistance of a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Can you afford to hire a lawyer?
No, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender provisionally and assess a $50 application fee. I reviewed this affidavit previously. There is probable cause. Your bonds will be set at $5,000 on the methamphetamine and $1,000 on the paraphernalia. Good luck.
Where's my court date?
Let's go. Next is Casu Cruz.
Cacique.
Cacique Cruz. Again, back to her names.
All right. You are here on a charge of DUI and a charge of no valid driver's license. Would you like a lawyer
Yeah.
or to hire a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender provisionally and assess a $50 application fee. Give me just a moment. I have all the paperwork. It appears I have enough. All right. Sir, I've reviewed the two affidavits. There is probable cause. Give me just a moment. All right, I'll set bond on the DUI at 2,500, on the no valid at 500. Good luck.
Willie Dunn.
All right, you're here on a charge of possession of methamphetamine and possession of drug paraphernalia, and an allegation that you violated probation on a charge of possession of methamphetamine and possession of paraphernalia. Would you like a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Can you afford to hire a lawyer?
No, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender and assess a $50 application fee. All right, I have reviewed the affidavits. There is probable cause. I'll set bond on the new charge of methamphetamine at 5,000 and the new charge of paraphernalia at 1,000. You'll be held at no bond on the VOP. Good luck.
Raymond Genevich.
Right, you are here on a charge of driving while your license was canceled, suspended, or revoked. Would you like a lawyer?
No need, no.
If you change your mind, let the judge know when you get to court. View the affidavit. There is probable cause. Your bond is set at $250. Good luck.
Thank you. Jamaris Ganton.
Jamaris.
Jamaris.
Sorry.
Sir, you're here on 2 counts. No, I'm sorry, 1 count of resisting an officer with violence, 1 count resisting an officer without violence, and 1 count of driving while your license was canceled, suspended, or revoked. Would you like a lawyer?
I will be hiring a lawyer.
Okay, thank you. Let me review the paperwork. It's a lengthy narrative, but where's the violence?
There is no violence, sir.
You probably shouldn't say anything. I'm asking the question of the state.
I was not resisting.
Sir, I would not say anything. It's not a trial yet. Public defender would advise you, even if you think speaking would help you, a lot of the times it doesn't. Correct, Ms. Smith?
That is correct. Everything's being recorded and can be used against you.
I am noticing a lack of documentation of any violence, so that helps you. Do you see anything? All I see is that it was difficult to control the subject, but that doesn't necessarily mean violence. Sir, I find no probable cause for resisting with violence. You'll be ROR'd on that count. There is probable cause for resisting without violence and for the suspended license charge. Your bond on the resisting without will be 1,000, on the suspended license charge, 250. Good luck.
No, come on.
Thank you.
Carl Hazel, or Hassel, or what do you want to do?
Pass.
All right. Let's see this.
It's just an order to obtain.
Why spoke should come to first appearing. All right, sir, you are here because you're needed for the hearing on Wednesday, April 22nd, for an evidentiary hearing. Judge Denmark signed it, and I assume you have a lawyer in that case. If not, you can
Yes.
address that. You can address it with Judge Denmark at the hearing. Good luck.
Thank you.
Paul Jacoby,
I'll be held at no bond pending the hearing. All right. Let's see, sir, you're here on violation of probation. Is that really all I get? Oh, there it is. Okay. Would you like a lawyer?
Yes, please.
Can you afford to hire a lawyer? Sorry?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender and assess a $50 application fee. I have reviewed the affidavit of the Department of Corrections. There is probable cause, and you will be held at no bond. Good luck.
Thorell Key,
Sir, you're here on a charge of failure of a career offender to register. Would you like a lawyer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you afford to hire the lawyer?
No, Your Honor.
I'll appoint the public defender provisionally and assess a $50 application fee. Judge Hill issued the warrant and found probable cause. Give me just a moment. He said you're to be held at no bond until first appearance. Right. I'll set bond for you in the amount of $10,000. Judge Hill directed that you be placed on pretrial release if bond was set. So you will, and he ordered conditions that you not possess, use, or carry firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and that you are subject to GPS monitoring. So you'll be held in the jail until fitted with a monitor. Good luck.
$10,000, Your Honor.
Keys, come on. Tavares Kincaid,
Deandre Mason.
You are here on a charge of trespass, first degree misdemeanor trespass. Would you like a lawyer?
No.
Say no.
No, sir.
Right, if you change your mind, let the judge know when you get to first appearance. To arraignment. I reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause, and your bond is set at $1,000. Good luck.
I can step on that one.
Thank you.
That's us. Next is David Lermont.
Mhm.
Here on a violation of probation, underlying charges of 3 counts of burglary, 3 counts of dealing in stolen property, and 1 count of actually, I guess it's 4 counts of burglary and 3 counts of trafficking in stolen property. Would you like a lawyer?
You know, this is out of Pinellas County.
Oh, out of Pinellas.
He's on probation in Pinellas County, but he may be supervised by the Bartow office.
What do we do?
Yeah, he was
It
supervised.
basically is a hold for Pinellas County.
Is that for-
We could bring it back Friday to see if we picked him up.
All right,
So all these charges are.
all right. So the case originates in Pinellas, so we'll treat this as a hold. And we're going to set this on the first appearance docket this coming Friday. They'll be notified that you've been violated by your probation officer over here. And we will set it over here in Polk County for Friday, first appearance, to make sure that they've come to get you. You understand?
Yes, sir.
I can't appoint a lawyer because it's not in this county, so, but you'll be held at no bond in the meantime. Good luck.
Anthony Lyman Lawson. Oh, sorry. I skipped Tyler Lowe. That's fine. This is Lyman though.
Right. Let's see, you are here on a warrant out of Clay County for failing to appear on underlying charges of possession of cocaine and possession of cannabis. The judge over there set your bond at no bond on each count. If you have no local charges, they'll be here to get you, and you can discuss your arrangements for a lawyer with the judge once you get there. I'm sorry, for a lawyer. Yes, the judge once you get there. Good luck.
Tyler Lowe.
Mr. Lowe, you are here on a capias issued by Judge Patey for failing to appear at arraignment. They did it again. Did he have a lawyer in this case? Do you want a lawyer?
No, sir. Well, I take a public defender.
Okay. You cannot afford to hire a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender, assess a $50 application fee. Judge Patey gave you a bond of $1,000, but for some reason the jail saw fit to say no bond, but you have a bond of $1,000 and we're going to correct it over there. Good luck.
All right.
Right here from Deandre Mason.
Sanderson Flood Defender's Office. I do want to waive the reading of all his violation of probation cases out of Alachua County.
Right now. He's been shown, Your Honor.
You know what you're on probation for, sir?
Yes, I do.
And so this is the same kind of thing.
Yes.
It's a hold over here until Alachua comes to get him.
Yeah.
But I assume in this situation where it's a law enforcement arrest that there's some method of notifying Alachua?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Didn't move on. Okay.
All right, sir, I have reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. You'll be held at no bond on all counts. We're going to set you over for Friday to make sure they've come to get you. Once they do and you're transported, you can discuss your arrangements for a lawyer with the judge in Alachua. Understand?
Sir.
Good luck.
Kurt Miller.
Hey, Mr. Miller, you're here on a charge of domestic battery. Would you like a lawyer?
Yes.
Can you afford to hire a lawyer?
No.
I'll appoint the public defender and assess a $50 application fee. Review the affidavit. There is probable cause. I'll set bond for you in the amount of $5,000. If you're able to post the bond, you'll be placed on pretrial release with conditions that you have no contact directly, indirectly, or through a third person with Shirley Tatman. You will stay 500 feet away from her person, residence, vehicle, place of employment, school, and so forth. You will possess no weapons, firearms, or ammunition. You may return one time within 48 hours with a police officer or deputy to retrieve any necessary personal items. Good luck.
Deandre Palmer.
Right, sir, you're here on a charge of loitering or prowling and a charge of resisting without violence. Would you like a lawyer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you afford to hire a lawyer?
Sir.
You say no.
No, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender and assess a $50 application fee. Affidavit, there is probable cause. I see he had no bond. Juvenile stuff. All right. I'll set bond on the loitering or prowling at 500, on the resisting without violence at 1,000. Good luck.
Charles Pierce.
Probation or not. He does have a juvenile history.
All right, sir, you're here on an allegation that you violated probation or community control and a charge of littering. Would you like a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Can you afford to hire a lawyer?
No, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender, assess a $50 application fee. The affidavit. There is probable cause. And you will be held at no bond. Good luck.
Christian Perez.
Peter Smith, Public Defender's Office. I just want to waive the reading of the charge he's here for violating his probation on.
And he's already been informed of it.
You know what you're on probation for, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Just a moment. First of all, would you like to have a lawyer assist you?
Yes, sir.
Can you afford to pay for the lawyer?
Okay, not at this time, sir.
Oh, wait, is this a Charlotte case?
No,
No, this-
go ahead.
This is Christian Perez.
I was arrested in Charlotte County. I didn't know my license was suspended, and I got picked up to be transferred here for the violation.
Yes, the probation got here.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
All right, did you say you cannot afford to hire a lawyer?
Not at this time, sir.
And I'll appoint the public defender provisionally and assess a $50 application fee. And you will be held at no bond. But I find probable cause based on the affidavit.
That's fair. Next is Gerald Pinñati, and he's already been informed of his charges.
Know what you're charged with?
Yes, sir.
I don't know the way the reading on these, it's 10 counts and all, unless there's something I'm missing.
All right, well, he doesn't want them read out. Let me review the affidavit. Would you like a lawyer to assist you?
Yes, sir.
Can you afford to hire a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you end up being unable to do that, let the judge know when you get to arraignment.
Okay.
You read the affidavit.
What? What?
Right, I have reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. Let's see.
Trustee.
Set on five misdemeanors at 1,000 per count. And then on each of the 5 third-degree felonies at 5,000 per count. If you're able to post that bond, you'll be placed on pretrial release. Not to possess any weapons, firearms. What is that? Okay. The radio is really distracting. You'll have no contact directly, indirectly, or through a third person with Ryan Lahr, Thomas Ruff, Jesus Vega, Yaciel Vasquez, or Jael Pichardo. You'll stay 500 feet away from their person, residences, vehicles, places of employment, schools, and so forth. And you're not to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you're subject to random urinalysis and breathalyzers at your own expense. Good luck.
Thank you.
Miguel Rodriguez.
You're on a charge of possession of methamphetamine and possession of drug paraphernalia. You also have a violation of probation on the underlying charge of petty theft, and then a capias for failing to appear at mandatory docketing on driving while license suspended and another type of traffic charge. You have the public defender in that case that you have the capias on. Would you like them to assist you in the other matters?
Yes.
All right, I'll appoint the public defender to everything they're not appointed to. Let me review the paperwork. All right, I've reviewed the affidavit on the new charge and find probable cause. Judge Stamey found probable cause when he issued a warrant for your arrest for violating probation. And the capias is issued by Judge Patey for failing to appear at mandatory docketing on a driving while license suspended and operating a motorcycle without a license. Let's see. On the 2 capiases, Judge Patey directed that you be held at no bond, but that a hearing be set in 5 days to review that. And that looks like that's going to be, is that supposed to be April 26th?
April
That's not
26th.
5 days.
Is this a regular VOP?
No, the FTAs, she directed a 5-day hearing.
Oh.
So the clerk's going to set that within the next 5 days, even though it's probably not going to matter. Judge Stamey directed that you be held at no bond on the violation of probation, and I'll set bond on the methamphetamine at 5,000, paraphernalia at 1,000. So you'll see the judge regarding your failure to appear sometime this week. Understand?
All right, thank you.
Steven Saunders.
On count of leaving the scene of an accident with property damage and failure to carry motor vehicle insurance. And would you like to have a lawyer assist you?
Yes, sir.
Can you afford to hire the lawyer?
No, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender and assess a $50 application fee. The affidavit, there is probable cause. Your bonds have been set at $250 per count. Good luck.
Alan Smith.
All right, so you're here on a warrant issued by Judge Durden for violating probation on underlying charges of possession of methamphetamine and possession of drug paraphernalia. Would you like a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Can you afford to hire a lawyer?
No, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender and assess a $50 application fee. Judge Durden found probable cause when he issued the warrant. He directed that you be held at no bond, so you will be held at no bond. Good luck.
What's the next court date, sir? The
Come
second?
on, Timothy Smith.
Mr. Smith, you're here on a warrant for violating probation on underlying charges of possession of methamphetamine and possession of drug paraphernalia. Would you like a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Can you afford to hire the lawyer?
No, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender, assess a $50 application fee. Judge Hart found probable cause when he issued the warrant. He directed that you be held at no bond, and you will be held at no bond. Good luck.
Thanks, sir.
Lewis Tyndall.
Sir, you are here on a charge of resisting an officer without violence, possession of fentanyl, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Would you like a lawyer?
Yes.
Can you afford to hire the lawyer?
So.
I'll appoint the public defender and assess a $50 application fee. I reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. Your bonds are set at 5,000 on the fentanyl, 1,000 on the paraphernalia, and 1,000 on the resisting. Good luck.
Step on up.
Randall Whitaker.
Anderson Flood Defender's Office. I do want to waive the reading of his first degree misdemeanor charge.
And I informed him of it, Your Honor.
Sir, you know what you're charged with?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to have a lawyer assist you?
Yes, sir.
You afford to hire a lawyer.
No, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender and assess a $50 application fee. Give me just a minute. I reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. I'll set bond on the domestic battery with a prior conviction at $10,000. On the other count at $5,000. If you're able to post the bonds, you'll be placed on pretrial release. You'll have no contact directly, indirectly, or through a third person with the alleged victim. Stay 500 feet away from her person, residence, vehicle, place of employment, school, and so forth. Do not possess weapons, firearms, or ammunition. You may return one time within 48 hours with a police officer or deputy to retrieve necessary personal items. And it appears he is on probation. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
What case that is, Ms. Lauren? Pretrial know the case number for the probation violation or the probation? Looks like 24 CF 8387. Is that right?
Twenty-four, 8387.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Believe so. Yes, sir.
All right. I am going to issue an standard warrant for violation of probation, and you'll be held at no bond in that case.
And Your Honor, I would ask for public defender to be appointed on that.
I'll appoint the public defender.
And just be, I guess we need to bring up, I believe he's on probation actually in 3 different case numbers. I don't want him to have to lose credit on the other 2 VOPs as well.
I think it's CF 249968.
And 25 CF 005750.
5750.
There's 3 cases that,
5750.
and I would ask that we be appointed to all 3 cases, and I've just brought it up to expedite the matter because I know they'll violate his probation on that later and he'll lose jail credit on that.
I'll appoint the public defender in those 2 cases as well, and an standard warrant, no bond in those 2 cases as well. All right. Good luck.
Gabriel Jordan.
All right. Sir, you are here on a charge of trespass in an occupied structure or conveyance. Would you like a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Can you afford to hire a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint the public defender and assess a $50 application fee. I have reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. And your bond on this matter will be set at $1,000. However, it appears you have an open case that you're on bond for in 26 CF 369. I am revoking your release in that case, discharging your bondsman. You will be held at no bond in that case.
I was 23, I have 30 days.
Your Honor, I know there's 2 cases we skipped. The first one is Christopher Williams. He will not be able to attend today. We're no longer saying where they're at due to security reasons.
I would
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Royster. Today is Friday, April 17th, 2026. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certified they've reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Panel Member Rodriguez, good morning.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Asia Nunn, inmate number 449988.
Thank you. Hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Asia Nunn, inmate number 449988. She's serving a sentence of 10 years, suspended after 3 years and 5 years probation for evading responsibility. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of February 10th, 2026. There is victim input mistakes. There is an offender accountability plan that has been reviewed and shows she has completed the WARNA and Tier 2 program. Utilizing the one trust assessment, the offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the low range. Ms. Nunn, this is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to meet with you today. I come before you today with hopes of sharing with you a better version of myself. I hope to enlighten you to all the improvements and work I've accomplished while serving my sentence. I would like to shed light on the woman I've become and is standing before you today. As an adolescent, I grew up in many foster and group homes. Altogether, I attended 12 schools, so stability was never my reality. My home life was tumultuous throughout the years as I experienced physical, emotional, and mental abuse. With an addict father and a strange mother, I didn't know what healthy coping mechanisms were. In my early 20s, I lost my daughter, who was stillborn. The loss of her affected me drastically. For over a decade, I suffered from chronic depression and anxiety. I'm sorry, I'm really nervous. I lost my self-worth, which also made me a good target for domestic abuse. I found myself in so many life-threatening and altering situations due to poor judgment. If I'm being completely transparent with you, I'm surprised I'm alive and standing before you today. After the accident that took my victim's life, I felt so much guilt. It crippled me knowing I survived and she didn't. I felt so much remorse behind her and her family's tragic loss. I couldn't eat or sleep for months. I had wished it was I that died that day. I felt I deserved to feel such guilt and depletion. I felt I shouldn't be able to smile or breathe if my victim couldn't. Had I been a responsible driver and exited my vehicle and checked my surroundings, I could have saved her life that day. My depression was minuscule compared to the magnitude of her life. I thought I deserved to suffer for the rest of my life, so much that when I lost people close to me following the accident, I believed I deserved that too. Shortly before my incarceration, I lost my partner, my son's father, and my brother exactly 30 days later, both to random shootings. I also lost my grandmother to cancer. In retrospect, I can see now it all led me to today. Today, I am a woman with strength and integrity. I'm making better decisions and helping others be better versions of themselves, all the while continuing the work to become a better citizen of society. I never imagined being responsible for taking a life or causing a family such pain, but I will always bear the weight of my actions. Being the cause of such grief will forever weigh heavily on me. I believe helping as many people that I can by advocating for those who are victims to the wrongdoings and actions by people like me is a start to recovery. Being here at your correctional, it allowed me the opportunity to be still and reflect on my actions. It also gave me the opportunity to receive my high school diploma, as well as many certifications in business, hospitality, and culinary. I also obtained my ServSafe and my OSHA 10. I've had the opportunity to mentor women on their journeys of growth and education while participating in as many groups I was privileged to take part in learning. I've grown in grief and loss groups, as well as Stride and mom groups. I'm currently in prison fellowship and finishing Defy. I've held employment at Property and SEG in the Lieutenant's office. Although I'll never forgive myself, forgiveness is not mine to give here. I would like to take this time to sincerely apologize to my victim's family, to my community, and to each of you. Although my apologies will never be enough, I'll live to rectify this in any way that I can. I blame no one but myself, and I take full responsibility and accountability for my actions. I pray for peace and a better life or future for everyone affected by my actions. I appreciate the time I was given in front of you today, and I hope you can see the woman I have become. I hope that you can hear my sincerity and a reason to grant me the privilege of parole. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Nunn. Please take a seat. We have read the documents available to us concerning your time there at York and the crime you committed that brought you to prison. And we will ask you questions we develop based on the documents we've read. Then we will hear from the Office of Victim Services. The three of us will then deliberate and make a decision. Do you have any questions before we begin?
No, ma'am.
Okay. We're going to begin questions this morning with my colleague, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Dunn, for your opening statement. I appreciate all you shared, and I appreciate that you've apologized to the victim's family and that you've, sat in front of us and taken full responsibility for your actions. When I read your documents, I tried to understand, it took almost a year and a half for you to finally become accountable for this. Why did it take so long for you to get to that? And it wasn't even you. It was, I believe, your brother's recorded phone call that really kind of set in motion those things that ended up with the police being able to find you. What took so long that you come to this conclusion of your responsibility?
To be 100% transparent with you, in the very moment that accident took place, I did not realize that what occurred. Like, my passenger had told me I just swept my mirror in the car. But when I did find out a few days later, I was scared, I panicked, and I got an attorney. My attorney then advised me that we weren't gonna go to the police and speak. Seeing as my first time in trouble, hindsight, I probably shouldn't have listened. I should have encouraged my attorney to bring me in. But again, I've never been in trouble. I didn't know what to do, and I followed my attorney's advice.
Probably in hindsight, it would have been better for you to stop and get out of the car and find out what happened. Hindsight,
right.
I mean,
For sure.
The initial response that I read was that you felt you hit a car.
Yes.
But even in hitting a car, the responsible thing would have been to get out of your car. And if you didn't know where the people lived, at least leave a note saying that you hit the car.
You're right. And that was totally my fault. I should have gotten out of my car.
Yeah, this was a really, really tragic event. And even recently, I have found out that the young lady that passed, that you ended up hitting, she was the day after her birthday. She was going to be 32 years of age. Ironic thing of all this is that you're going to be 32 years of age in July.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is such a tragic thing that, in your particular case, you just sort of stopped. Why didn't you stop? Had you been drinking that night or something? Did you not want the police to know? I mean, why did you stop?
She pulled over.
Yeah, you didn't get out of the car.
I did pull over. I did look around my surroundings, but I did not exit the vehicle. When I did pull over, honestly, I don't want to say anything that seems like I'm shifting blame. But when I did pull over and I didn't see anything going on, I did have my passenger yelling at me like, I can't stop in the middle of the road. This is the wrong thing to do. Granted, I don't really have a definitive answer for you why I did not exit the vehicle. I pulled over because my instinct, I should have listened to my instinct. My instinct was telling me that something more happened and I should have gotten out. But
You did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tragic. Very, very tragic. You've changed the lives of an entire family.
I know.
By your actions.
I know. And I'm deeply, deeply sorry for that. But there's nothing I can say.
I hear that. I hear that remorse in your statement and in your voice. It is a concern that I have, though, the nature of how this happened, and I want you to know that up front. Tell me, you've taken some programs. I guess the only EAP program you have taken, OAP program, is Voices, correct?
No, I took Tier 2. Voices is currently not running right now. They don't have a counselor running the program at all in the jail.
Well, I mean, it sounds as if, at least from your statement, you've apologized to the family, you've taken consideration of the victim, and you kind of looked at the impact of your behavior and its consequence.
This will be for something I have to carry with me forever. And I'm sorry that the family will also have to be carrying this.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
and in any way that I can, I will always try to rectify that in any way.
So tell me a little bit about what your life is going to be like if you do get released and when you're out.
My plan when I go home is to mend and fix the relationship with my child, to continue volunteering in the community like I was prior. I also want to get my real estate license and my insurance broker license. That's the first thing I will be doing.
I read that. That part of your release, I read. I'm more thinking about in terms of, relation to what happened with you and how that's going to impact your being released and on the outside and functioning on the outside.
To be honest, not greater than the victim's family, but this affected me drastically. My mental health definitely took a bad spiral because of this.
I want you to remember that we're live streaming, so I want you to be careful about what you say, okay?
I know. That's why I said not greater than the victim's family at all, by any means. But what I was trying to get at is I'm going to continue to do whatever that I can to try to fix the mistake that I've made.
Well, I mean, I hear what you're saying. You can't, nothing you can do to bring anybody back. So it's hard to fix that, But I heard you say about volunteering, talking about volunteering. What kind of volunteering efforts were you doing? And do you plan
I was working with at-risk youth on a drill team in New Haven. And I'm going to volunteer. I'm talking to, so I did have an internship with a state representative at the Capitol, and I'm going to talk to him and see if I can volunteer for him upon my release. Maybe continue to do some of that good work.
Yeah, and what about like work, employment?
I'm going to go back to home care. I used to take care of the elderly, so I'm going to continue to do that. I did it for 15 years, so.
That's something you want to continue doing?
Yeah, I find the work very rewarding.
Yeah. Well, you've taken some other programming, culinary arts, and those things don't interest you, or?
I love to cook. I just don't think I want to make a career out of it. I really just wanted to stay busy. My goal here was leaving better than when I arrived. So I try to insert myself in any programs or classes that would educate me or make me better in any way.
I mean, you answered a lot of my questions in your opening statement. I don't have a lot of additional questions for you. I mean, the only thing I want to say is, it's tragic that you came into this. You don't have a criminal history.
No.
You came into this with any of that, and this poor choice of leaving really has, impacted you and a family and probably the rest of your life and the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
All right, listen, thank you very much for answering my questions this morning, and I wish you the best of luck.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So Ms. Nunn, congratulations on getting your high school diploma.
Thank you.
It's important foundation that you can build the rest of your life on. In addition to those educational pursuits in your business education studies, you've done vocational training and completed the Tier 2 program. Were you under the influence at the time of this tragedy?
No.
So you've said a couple of times now that you plan to rectify the situation. I think that's an interesting choice of words. What do you mean? What is your plan? How can you rectify the loss of life?
Try. I don't think that I can really rectify taking someone's life, but I feel that trying to help as many people I can and maybe advocating for people about situations like mine to try to prevent people from reacting the way I reacted, or talking to youth, or even with my job and helping elderly people. Like I've always been a helper. To be honest, my mom always
So
said
I'm
that.
going to back you up. and keep the focus on rectify, help people avoid situations like the one you created for yourself. How do you do that? Where do you do that?
Telling my story, telling people that, God forbid, if they are driving and an accident happens, always be responsible and stop and check your surroundings. Sad to say, I've met a lot of women in my shoes, and a lot of women,
Because
especially.
to me, you're sorry to interrupt you, but to me, your situation is about character. You failed to display character repeatedly. You failed to do the right thing and yield to somebody crossing the street. And then you failed to render aid and identify what was fully going on in the situation. But you acted quickly to get an attorney. And then again, I guess, failed to trust your instincts with the attorney and turn yourself in, causing the family of the victim over a year of suffering, not knowing, who did this to their loved one, and all because you didn't want to go to prison. And then you come before the court and you take the Alford doctrine plea. So you still didn't admit guilt. And yet you said to us in your opening statement, you've been suffering with crippling guilt. Well, the best way to handle guilt is to take responsibility. So what were you doing for that year while this case was, hanging over your head and you were burying your head in the sand?
I was just depressed. I really didn't accomplish anything during that year, to be honest. I was stuck in fear, and was listening to whatever my lawyer told me, because that's what I was advised to do. I don't have a better answer for you. I'm not saying that that was the best choice by any means, but I didn't know what else to do other than listen to what I was being told.
But you already said it didn't feel right what your attorney was saying to you. So you didn't trust your instincts of taking responsibility, but you told enough people that you figured out you would hit and cause the death of another person, such that your brother's girlfriend was heard on a recorded line at DOC telling him about your crime. That's the only way this came about, not because your crippling guilt led you to do the right thing.
I never said I did do the right thing, ma'am. I know I didn't do the right thing. And that's why I'm sitting exactly where I'm supposed to be sitting right now. That's why I'm in prison.
I fully appreciate that you didn't do the right thing. I'm saying, even at no point in that year and 3 months did you step up, take ownership, apologize, address the court, take responsibility. And even when you came to court, you pled under the Alford doctrine.
I don't even fully understand what the Alford doctrine is. That's what my lawyer told me to do, so that's what I did. I've never been
in look into going forward, but it's a compromise on taking responsibility. You acknowledge that the state has enough to convict you, but you don't accept all the facts and responsibility. So you're going to rectify or try to make amends, perhaps, is a better way to put it, for taking the life of this 32-year-old woman by helping others.
Helping others and trying to make a difference. I mean, there is no way to make up for taking a life, but I can try to be the best citizen I know how to be.
Do you feel like any of the programming, educational efforts since you've been incarcerated have helped you develop your character?
Yes.
Can you tell me more about that?
I'm in prison fellowship, and They teach us what it's like to be a good citizen in the faith, and a lot of that has to do with taking responsibility and being productive and being a good citizen in society, which would be, one, make better decisions, and when I do mess up, just say I messed up and find a way to make what I did wrong better. So even with certain situations that I've gotten myself into where involved other people, I just took the full responsibility for it instead of allowing them to take any responsibility for it.
So good citizenship is participating in society, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You know, holding down a job and paying taxes. We just passed income tax filing deadline, filing your taxes every year, registering to vote. Being honest and trustworthy.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so tier 2, what you have an alcohol drug score of 3, 5 is the highest. How did you benefit from tier 2?
They teach you to not mask your feelings with trying to drink or smoke or whatever drug choice anybody has, and to actually deal with your emotions opposed to trying to numb them.
Okay, so we do know what the program is about, but how did it help you?
I had to sit with my emotions and learn how to deal with certain emotions instead of numbing my pain, which I have not a bad habit, but which I have in the past. So in this group, I've learned to literally speak about my emotions, to feel them, to write about them, to seek help when I need to talk about them with someone. So it helped me to like self-reflect and to work through some emotions that I hadn't prior to my incarceration.
Okay, so what are you going to do with the guilt?
Pray about it. I don't think that my guilt is going to go away easily. This is something that is so heavy and so large to live with, but with my faith in God and me working, I'm bettering myself and being a better person, I think that eventually I'll be able to live with it more easily. I don't think it's ever going to go anywhere.
One of the things that might be of help to you, Ms. Nunn, is to find a way to honor the victim's memory.
Yes, ma'am.
And part of that is how you live your life going forward, because every year you live is a year she didn't get to live because now you're the same age.
Yes, ma'am.
So I encourage you to find ways to honor her, because that can help with your guilt. Because if you turn your guilt inward, it's just going to be existing in a state of depression. So you did describe that year as one of depression. What kind of help in the community? I know you want to go live with your mom and your stepdad. Where in the community will you get help for your mental health?
I have a therapist that I was seeing prior to my incarceration and that I will continue to see whenever I do go home.
All right. Was the therapist aware of your crime?
Yes.
And was the therapist helpful with the depression that you were suffering with?
Yes.
Okay. There are lots of service providers out in the community. So if this person isn't available to add you to the caseload, or the relationship has changed in a way you're not finding helpful, seek out someone else.
Yes, ma'am.
A part of, being a responsible, good citizen is taking care of your needs, which in your case includes your mental health.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for talking with me. Ms. Smith Palmieri?
I have no follow-up questions. I think you and Mr. Rodriguez pretty much covered everything.
All right, so Ms. Nunn, at this point, we're going to turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services, and we ask you not to speak at this time.
Okay.
Ms. Vasquez? You're muted.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I have the victim's mother on the line, and she would like to address all of you.
Thank you.
Ms. Campbell, this is your opportunity to address the board members and only the board members, and you may begin when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Good morning, I'm Joan Campbell.
I'm going to have to ask you to speak up.
Yes, good morning. I'm Joan Campbell. I'm the mother of the victim.
Thank you.
It's good that I listen, and most of what I really want to hear about, those questions was asked, and it shortened what I have to say. But I'm a mother of 4 kids. Kadeen was my baby. I have 2 boys and 2 girls, which at that time I already lost a son. A decade. At the time of the accident, it was like 3 months less a decade. I lost a son. And I lost a daughter. But I'm thanking God that I still have 2 kids left. And it is holding me up with the strength that God gives me. I'm not here to, a motor vehicle accident is a motor vehicle accident. But it's the way how it is dealt with. And I can hear some good things now, but it doesn't erase the past when I go to the courthouse and I've been treated like I kill somebody or I do something wrong. I've been looked upon like I do something wrong. And time to apologize. When somebody just stand up and say, apologize to the court and the family. And that sealed the apology. It breaks my heart. I'm gonna be real short. So, about a year and a half, I think it would be good as a mother for a child to learn more how to apologize and show that you're sorry. There are a lot of good things to learn in another year and a half to correct past and show that I can become a good person. I'm not here to say what is enough or what is not enough. But
One of the 3 that they want to see first, right? You want to go do that now?
common courtesy to apologize. You don't have to train for that. It comes within. But if you have to, yes, a little more time will make you a better person. I lost my daughter. She will never, ever come back. I lost my son. He will never, ever come back. I too go through trauma to learn to live with myself. And knowing that I have to live for 2 more kids, I have to pick the pieces out. I've been through it just a year and a half, you can imagine. Nobody knows what happened. Nothing. I go through that. I bury my daughter alone. I live alone. I'm living without her. Every day it's like yesterday. Even to face this day, when I know this day is coming, I just lied here and I cried and I tried to console myself. It's like explaining it. I don't even know how, because I think every mother know, and without being a mother, they still know. It's enough time for someone to stay where you are, develop some more, grow, learn to apologize, learn to accept right from wrong. It's never gonna be enough. So enough is enough. Get some more, learn to do better things. I'm sorry. I can't do no. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, board members. This is all that we have for this case. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Nunn, we're going to discuss your case. Give us just a few minutes. Mr. Robin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, first I want to thank the victim's mother for comments. It's a very tragic situation and accident where it's loss of life by such a young person as well, 32 years of age. This is no way of, there's no way of bringing her back. It's just no way of rectifying this. Even though I know the offender did talk about rectifying the situation. Having said that, Ms. Nunn rates low. She does not have a criminal history at this particular point. She's taken a variety of programs while incarcerated. She has apologized to the family, at least with us today. She has apologized to the family today. There's no way that she's ever going to be able to make this up in life, except by maybe hopefully going out and doing the right thing and maybe, as you said, honoring this individual in some way by doing positive things out in the community. She's end of sentence in June of 27, which is a little over a year from now, and then has 5 years of probation to follow that end of sentence. As difficult as it is, I'm going to be supporting her discretionary parole today. I find that I was on the fence on this, to be perfectly honest with you, because of the nature of the offense and the fact that there was a death in this particular situation. But it's done for me today is presented, positively. She said she was remorseful. She could have avoided all this by just stopping and maybe, to giving some aid or doing something, but that didn't happen. And I think she's working towards trying to pull her life together. I'm going to be supporting the discretion. But I'll listen to my colleagues and see what you have to say. She was also very young when this happened. She was 25, between 25 and 26 when this happened.
I think what I'm struggling with is she got 3 years to serve, which I'm sure to the family doesn't seem like much, given the loss of life. And now she's served half of that, 1.5 years, as the victim's mother was saying to us. And that's about the same amount of time that she was out in the community, leaving the family to suffer because she didn't want to go to prison and didn't have the character to come forward and do the right thing. So, to me, it's the timing. Yes, I get that she's low risk. I get that she's done educational, vocational, as well as rehabilitative programming, taking responsibility for her mental health. So just looking at my notes about the things that the mother said, you know, that obviously the death of her daughter, left to die in the street, you know, brought up all the trauma of losing her son a decade before. It's a lot for anyone to endure, especially a mother. My takeaway from her comments was that she was looking for Ms. Nunn to do more time to make herself a better person. I came in with a denial because of, you know, the fact that she failed to render aid, never came forward, but it was discovered through DOC recorded phone calls that she was the responsible party. So I'm going to stick with that. Ms. Palmieri?
Thank you. So I think we can all agree it's a horrible situation. There's never any way to come back from taking somebody's life, which is what she did, essentially, even if it was not intentional on her part. She has no criminal history, was working, as she said, and we have information, she was working as a patient care assistant for, I have in my notes, about 12 years. So she had been doing that for quite some time without any criminal involvement. I did listen to her say how she obtained an attorney, and you know, there is that side that, you know, I think we have to consider that that's legally what she was being directed, and having had no criminal history before, you know, I'm not sure that, you know, she, you know, saw another direction maybe, and not saying that she couldn't take responsibility and come forward, but you seek legal advice and, you know, you sort of go,
right, but we don't know if she got that legal advice once it was determined that she was the responsible party, or in this interim period.
Well,
that wasn't clear.
Okay. But you know, in my view, she's trusting what that advice. I don't know what's behind the Alford doctrine plea. You know, that's what she pled to. You know, the way the statutes are, you know, she's eligible for a parole hearing, whether she got 3 years, 5 years, or 20 years. This is her time that she's available. For me, I think she's made very, very good use of her time. I heard for somebody that was young coming in, somebody with her mental health needs and some of her own life experiences, I do hear some insight. I also hear what we want somebody to be thinking about when they do commit a crime like this, is how they'll never make it right, but what can you do to give back to your community to try and I thought Ms. Turner, you did a good job about kind of bringing her to that point where she really needs to think about how she's now going to be looked at and what she can do in the community to try and be a law-abiding, productive person. And I do hope that she is able to go out, and if she works with at youth risk, tell her story, because, you know, it's easy to panic and leave and leave all, you know, what you've done
and think it isn't going to catch up to you.
Yeah, or think, you know, or not really think through those consequences, but to have character and understand what you've done, what is going on. So I think, you know, her age, what she was, what she is, she has that ability, but I did hear a lot of insight. I heard a lot of vendor change in the way she spoke about it. I thought her opening statement was thoughtful. You know, I feel terrible for the mom. It's just an awful situation. You know, she has a 9-year-old son. So, you know, there's a lot happening on both sides of that too. She has support in the community. I'm sure she'd get work once she gets out. She has a treatment provider. And I think she can do good work back out in the community. So I would be supportive of her discretionary parole today.
Okay, so the conditions would be no driving, mental health evaluation and treatment, and no contact with the victim's family.
Yeah.
Specifically, the mother, Ms. Campbell.
Yes.
Anything else?
No.
So in the matter of Asia, none. Inmate number 449988, there is a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of April 17th, 2026, with the following conditions for your supervision. You are not to drive without your parole officer's permission. You're to have a mental health evaluation and engage in treatment as deemed necessary, and you're to have no contact with the family of the victim, specifically the mother, Ms. Campbell. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Aye. So by majority decision, Ms. Nunn, you've been granted discretionary parole.
Thank you so much for your time today. And again, I apologize for my actions.
This concludes the hearing for Asia Nunn, inmate number 449988.
Ms. Nunn?
Yes.
You're going to have 1.5 years on discretionary parole supervision. You should appreciate that your parole officer has arrest powers. So if you violate the conditions of your supervision, you can be brought back and made to serve that time while incarcerated. When you're finished with discretionary parole, you'll have 5 years of probation to follow. We give you discretionary parole because the parole officer is there to help you be successful, not just to hold you accountable. So consider the person that you'll be working with to be on your support team. They have access to programs and resources that will help you. So take advantage of the 1.5 years of supervision that parole is going to be providing to you.
Okay.
We wish you much success.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day, guys.
It's not Sunday, it's next Friday.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Boyce for today is Friday, April 17th, 2026. This is the hearing of the County Board of Parole. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Panel Member Rodriguez.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Yes, good morning. I am Portia Jones Brown, 437840.
Sorry, we had a little sound issue there. Can you just say your name and inmate number one more time, please?
Yes,
You don't need to
Portia,
stand.
You don't need to stand up.
Portia Jones Brown, 437840.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Portia Jones Brown, inmate number 437840. Board members?
So Ms. Jones Brown, we know that you're prepared and ready to go forward with today's hearing, but we need to continue this discretionary parole hearing till next month in order for the Office of Victim Services to complete outreach to the victim of your crimes. So in the matter of Portia Jones Brown, inmate number 437840, there's a motion to continue her case to the next available docket. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So I'm sorry to disappoint you today, but we will look to bring you before the board next month.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a great day.
This concludes hearing. Done. Inmate number 4378.
Wow. Wow.
All right, don't close the door when you come out, okay? Just leave it open.
All right.
All right?
All right. Thank you. Hello.
We'll be right with you. Give us 1 second.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Royster. Today is Friday, April 17th, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names off the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Panel Member Rodriguez.
Can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Catherine Hillary Shanahan.
And your inmate number, please?
Catherine Hillary Shanahan.
Yes, can you please state your inmate number?
Oh, 439572.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Catherine Shanahan, inmate number 439572. She is serving a sentence of 27 months for larceny of a motor vehicle and probation and violation of probation with larceny third as the underlying offense. As of today, records reflect parole eligibility date February 4th, 2026. There is no victim input in the case. There is an offender accountability plan that has been reviewed and shows the offender has not completed any programs at this time. Utilizing the witness risk needs assessment order, the offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the medium range. Ms. Shanahan, this is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I would like to have a new beginning and go out and get a job and continue my success. I'm a responsible individual. I wrote to the hearing and I want to be a good citizen, not break the law. I'm going to have some financial responsibility. My mother has some of my financial needs. So in order to get an apartment and to work at the, so I'd like to work at the South Norwalk or Danbury Fair Mall. I worked at the Danbury Mall for 10 years in retail management. And I would like to continue
I redid my resume and, you know, it just concerning retail management. I was in hospitality and retail. I did take a business class while I was in here. I would like to open my own business after I put a little money away in interior design and reunite with my family. I'm the oldest of,
Go ahead.
I'm the oldest of 6, and I come from the Ball family. I'm a Shanahan. My father is deceased. My mother lives in Chicago, and I just got into some trouble out here. Never had trouble like this before. Feel like I just need to get out of Danbury and start fresh.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shanahan. It's good to see you again. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling all right. Thank you very much. Nice to see you.
Thank you. So you're in for a larceny. You stole some money out of a car, and you have some larcenies in your past. Does that ever interfere with you working in retail?
I was not working then. I was hanging out with bad people, and I was out of work. I did not go into a car. I think that's a mistake, but I found some money on the street. I found $2,500 in an envelope. And then I had these Ecuadorians stole my phone and my wallet. And so I took their van because they threw something in my face, some battery acid, and I went and got reconstructive surgery. I was tried as a victim. I was let go as a release that day, and the money ran out, and I had gotten to the 2 larcenies or something like that, and then they were disposed of. And now I'm trying to tell you I'm going to have financial needs or financial resources, and I'm going to be working, so that would not be a problem. I wouldn't be going back to the same retort. I have no need to steal. I've been here a year.
Okay, I'm gonna back you up just a minute to the original question.
Yes.
So your criminal history dates back to 2018, and you talked about working. Your career has been in retail management specifically, and I'm wondering if your prior. Can I finish my question?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm wondering if your prior convictions involving larcenies has ever caused problems for you in getting hired.
No, I think, can I just correct, no offense, but to correct you, I didn't have a problem until 2020. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Never had any.
2019, 11/4/2019 conviction for larceny 6, failure to appear, actually 2 counts of larceny 6.
That was, yeah, I stole something out of the convenience store. I didn't have any money then, and I wasn't working. So
I'm not so concerned about that because that was a while ago, but when you apply for jobs, you know, they often check your criminal history, and I'm wondering if that causes you any problems with working in retail where you're in a
I don't think so
position.
because I would be honest with them and I would tell them I was having trouble and that my criminal action was because my mom had cleaned out my bank account. I had no financial resources at the time, and she's willing to give that back to me and to give me money in order to get an apartment or to get a house with some friends, responsible friends.
Okay, so you're not looking to move to Florida to live with your brother?
I was going to, but he's going through a divorce. It just came up. Okay. So he can't take me right now, but he said he could take me in 6 months. That was 3 months ago, so about 3 months. Okay. But I'd rather.
You need a halfway house in the meantime?
I could go to a halfway house, or I could transition to some responsible friends that they both work full time. They just bought a house in Bethel.
Okay. All right,
And
you'll
then
have to
I-
provide that information to the parole officer. And
Okay.
they didn't send in a letter saying they would sponsor you?
I didn't know how to go about it, miss, and if you could give me the proper instruction, then I could provide that
It's
information.
just helpful for us to be able to know that it's confirmed as opposed to a possibility.
Okay,
So
yeah,
we'll need
okay.
to stipulate a halfway house for you if you're
I
granted
signed
today.
papers for that already,
Right, I see DOC has approved you for a halfway house.
okay, thank you. I would much rather transition to my friends where I can go back to work and they both work full time, so we return to the household in the evening for dinner, meet all for dinner. I have good, motivational, responsibility that I want to continue to do, like when I used to be positive and working. It's really important that I reunite with my family. I want to be that
Well,
good
it's one
sister.
step at a time, right? Getting
Right.
out in the community, getting stable, identifying a provider to help you with your mental health needs. So
Yes.
take one
and
step
my-
at a time before you, take on the challenge of connecting with your family, because there's a lot of history there.
Okay.
So if you live in Bethel, do you know about any mental health providers that you would get
Yes.
services from?
Yes, my friend told me that there is a place. I have a doctor, actually, Dr. David Moore, and he said that he has a carrier for me. I take one monthly injection.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you there because the hearing is live streamed and I want you to protect your privacy and not put a lot of information of a personal nature out.
Okay,
to the
so I do have a
public.
carrier
So
to
you
answer
have
your question.
you have a provider, okay?
Yes, I do.
All right. There were two things that stood out for me in your interview that Officer Bosford did. You said you didn't feel like an addict, that you were past that, but your biggest fear is having cravings. So how do you anticipate managing cravings if you're not involved in recovery?
I see a doctor once a week and I tell him of any cravings that I have. I don't plan on using what I was doing before, and he helps me with that. And then we meet once a week at his office and I just tell him, look, I might have a temptation or a craving, and he would steer me away from that. He's a
Okay,
good
well,
support system.
let me throw out a scenario for you. So let's say you have your appointment on a Friday and you're feeling pretty good, but Sunday you're a little down in the dumps and you start to have a craving, but you don't have an appointment for another 5 days. What do you do in those 5 days to keep yourself from relapsing?
I'm able to call him. I can call him on the phone.
What about a bigger support network? Like, have you thought of getting involved in the recovery community?
Sure, I'd be open to that. Yes, ma'am.
Is Dr. Moore here in Connecticut?
Yeah, he's in Danbury, Connecticut.
Okay. We had information that he was in Florida, so it's not a Florida
Oh,
doctor?
no, he's in Connecticut, Danbury, Connecticut, 52 Federal, Danbury, Connecticut.
Okay. So, have you heard anything about CCAR there in the facility? Do you know about
I don't
recovery?
know. No, I don't know about that.
Okay. I want to encourage you to have a broader community of support in the recovery world, whether it's through NA and AA meetings or through CCAR, because things come up in life, and it's good to have friends who understand the struggle of sobriety and recovery that you can call and meet up and go to a meeting or go out for coffee and you know, help yourself through their support with dealing with the cravings. It
Okay.
shouldn't, you know, I'm worried for you that everything related to your recovery would be tied to one person on the face of the earth. You know,
Okay.
you really need to have a network.
Okay, sure,
of
I'm open
people.
to that. Totally open to it. Yes.
So talk to the reentry counselor about CCAR so you can learn about it before you go out.
Okay.
All right. So in the pre-sentence investigation from 2023, you said you were tired of working your entire life and that you would look for a job, but only after you get your teeth fixed. Is that
Yeah.
going to be an impediment
Yes,
to you getting support and income?
No, I did get my teeth fixed. I just didn't get my dentures. I was tired. I worked 31 years and but I'm willing, I have a different outlook. I'm willing to go back to work now.
Okay.
And with the teeth,
you know,
yes, I just want to present myself.
Okay, you know, we all get tired from time to time of the grind of, you know, showing up at the job and meeting all of our adult responsibilities. And, you know, I've been working since I was 16 and that's way more than 30 years ago. And, you know, it's just part of life is what we have to do, whether we're tired of it or not. And one of the things that I wanted to say to you when I read that is, if you're tired of working your entire life, maybe it's time for a change to do something different. Maybe if you weren't to go back to retail, but you were to try something else in another, like in a grocery store, for example, or a library that would, you know, pique your interest and help you balance the boredom of the day-to-day responsibility of the same kind of job. So I'm just putting it out there as something for you to think about. You know,
Sure, I'd be totally open
it's
to
very
that, yes.
unusual nowadays for people to stay in the same field for 40 years. You know, people change jobs a lot more frequently than that. And I think that's healthy. You know, it gives you new life experiences. So thank you for talking with me, Ms. Shanahan. I'm gonna call on my colleagues to ask their questions. Ms. Smith-Palmieri?
Thank you. So, Ms. Shanahan, you've been on probation before. One of your charges is a violation of probation today?
That's what I couldn't understand. They said I had violated, yet I had gone to all my meetings and I had a home visit and I passed. I don't know what she was referring to. Maybe that I owed restitution. And because I was out of work, I was having a hard time paying. I paid my first couple payments and I'm willing to continue that.
All right. Well, I probably, some of it is the restitution. Probably the other part is the new arrest, the larceny.
Okay. Yeah.
So my question is, how do you think you work with your parole or probation officers in the past? Do you get along? Do you meet with them like you're scheduled?
Yes, I have met with them and I get along with them fine.
Okay. Have they been helpful to you in the past with
Absolutely,
employment or
yes.
services?
Yes, ma'am. They have been very helpful and very supportive.
And do you call them if you have any struggles with different things? When do you reach out to them?
Usually in my meeting, I do have called. It was Shannon Elias was my probation officer and Preston Patterson. I would reach out to them if I to tell them like if I couldn't make a meeting or that I was sick, and they would ask for a doctor's note. But other than that, I made all my meetings and was very compliant.
Okay. Because if you're granted today, you'd be on parole, which is somewhat similar to probation in that, you know, you'll have to meet with them. They need to know where you're living. Because I noticed that you were somewhat homeless before you were arrested this time.
Yeah, I was staying with a friend, David, my friend, and things got tough there, so I had left and was just staying at friends' houses, but this is more of a secure arrangement that I have going on. What the plan is, though, I'd rather get my own apartment, but my friends are gonna help me out until I can get an apartment of my own.
Okay.
And my mom said I just need to get a hold of my mother. She would probably just get an apartment for me. They want me to be sober, though. I could do sober living or, what have you. And I'm willing to do that now.
Okay. If you are unable to find employment, how do you think you'll support yourself?
My mom does have some of my finances, although I never have a trouble finding a job. It's just keeping the job out of boredom, like kind of what the other woman was saying. Yes. Just keeping the job and being consistent at the workplace. I really do. I want to work at like Bloomingdale's, Nordstrom's, Anthropology, or Macy's. Was what I have on my list.
I'm looking at some of my notes too. It says that you had Social Security at one point. You think that's something you'll consider going forward?
Until I gain the trust of my mother, I think she's willing to give me some of my resources, but I do get Social Security. I get $947 a month. So that would help with living expenses, and I have an EBT card, which would help with groceries and whatnot.
Okay. All right, Ms. Shanahan, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Turner.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez.
Chair.
Okay, so we're done with the questions.
Okay.
Okay, so give us just a few minutes to discuss your case. And we ask you not to interrupt, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So Ms. Shanahan has a flat 27-month sentence. She has 10 months. Do I have that right? Yes, 10 months remaining on her sentence. And no supervision to follow, i.e. the flat sentence. And she has a variety of needs that would best be served with the support of services such as parole. She's done well this period of incarceration with no DRs. She's been attending to her mental health needs. It's unfortunate that she hasn't completed any programs, especially an addiction services program. However, she was only sentenced at the end of June last year. So in her best interest and to reduce the likelihood of her reoffending, I would be comfortable with granting a period of discretionary parole to help her get stable and established in the community. We've heard a lot of things fluxing about sponsors and halfway house and family and jobs. So we need to use this 10-month period to for her to focus in on a plan for herself so she can live independently if she wants to in the community, taking care of her issues and needs and not resorting back to some of the criminal behavior she's been involved in over the last decade or so. Ms. Smith Palmieri?
I agree with how you summarize the case and agree with discretionary parole is really in Ms. Shanahan's best interest to help her continue with some support in the community for the minuscule 10 months that she has with supervision, potential supervision.
So
I too am in agreement, Madam Chair. Yes, sir. Be available to her.
It's I think the best use of that 10-month period, as opposed to her going out end of sentence in middle of February next year with no supports, no release plan. So
and like you said, she has done well and she's in the mental health unit addressing her mental health needs. So I think it's appropriate.
So I have mental health mental health treatment and medication compliance, no driving without the parole officer's permission, and halfway house placement. Anything to add?
No.
Okay. So in the matter of Catherine Shanahan, inmate number 439572, there is a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of April 17th, 2026, with the following conditions: halfway house placement, if you need it, mental health treatment and medication compliance, and no driving without your parole officer's permission. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, Ms. Shanahan. Now, we set today's date, but because we're looking at a halfway house until we get information on the Friends in Bethel, it will take some time to find a placement for you. So just be patient, and we wish you much success when you're back in the community.
Thank you very much. Ready to go? Okay, thank you very much.
Is there anyone you're waiting for next in an order?
There is a,
Anyone is fine.
there is a Dr. David.
Anyone? Okay, Champa. Have a seat. And just leave the door open when you're done. Okay. Hello. She gave me. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Boyce. For today is Friday, April 17th, 2026. This is the hearing of the Commission Court of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify that have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Panel Member Rodriguez, good morning.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Joan Champa, 448543.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Joan Champa, inmate number 448543. She is serving a sentence of 30 months incarceration for larceny 6, criminal trespass first, interfering, resisting, and possession of controlled substance. As of today, we're to collect a parole eligibility date of December 5th, 2025. There is no victim in the case. There is an offender accountability plan that has been reviewed and shows that she has completed WARNA and New Thoughts and is currently in the Tier 4 and Smart Recovery programs. Utilizing the Women's Risk Needs Assessment, WARNA, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls within the medium range. This is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole.
Okay, do I start?
Yes.
All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Joan. Thank you for granting me this opportunity to be seen today. I have been incarcerated for about a year. To begin, I would like to take accountability for my past actions. I was wrong and I'm embarrassed and ashamed. Before I came to York, I was at my worst. I did anything I could to survive and I kept getting into trouble. The judge told me she was saving my life by sending me to prison, and I was very angry at the time, but now I see that prison actually did save my life. Having over a year clean has me thinking more clear. When I get out, I want to continue improving my life. I want to get involved with CCAR to help with my recovery and attend their fellowship meetings and maintain my sobriety, Wheeler Clinic for my mental health, and take my meds daily. I will have a recovery coach when I am out to help me with resources and recovery advice. I am currently in school and I have received my Serve Safe and my OSHA 10, and I plan to use these to gain employment in the community. I am in the Marilyn Baker program. While being in Marilyn Baker program, I have learned coping skills such as playing the tape through, thinking about future consequences. I don't want to keep getting arrested and coming to jail. I have also learned to use grounding techniques such as the 5 senses when I am in situations that could become detrimental to my well-being or recovery. Marilyn Baker program has also helped me get back on my mental health meds. They will help keep me stable along with participating in individual therapy with my therapist. I am looking forward to taking care of my overall self-care needs. I have participated in groups at Marilyn Baker program, and there are Boosters Anonymous, Grief and Loss, Healing Trauma, New Thoughts, Smart Recovery, support groups, and bi-weekly therapy with my counselor. All of this has helped me change my outlook on life, and I no longer want to use drugs. I am excited to be able to go to a halfway house and continue to make positive changes in my life. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Champa. I appreciate that you took the time to write out a statement for us, and you covered a lot of ground. We've prepared questions to ask you based on the documents we've read, and I think you've highlighted some of the exact efforts that you've made at rehabilitation that make you suitable for release to discretionary parole. So we're going to ask those questions and probe a little deeper, and then we'll discuss your case and make a decision. Do you have any questions before we begin?
No, I'm just a little nervous.
And we know that's true for everyone who sits in the chair that you're in. So a few deep breaths will help you out. And we're going to get started with the questions with my colleague, Ms. Smith Palmieri.
Thank you. So Ms. Champa, I thank Ms. Turner for pointing out how nicely you prepared for today, and your opening statement gave us a lot of information. I'm actually surprised to hear some of the things in your opening statement, because when I was reviewing your report for today, you know, I made notes of things like you said the programs that you're taking are very similar to other programs. You did not get a good evaluation in the New Thoughts program. So I was a little bit concerned, to be honest, that, you know, you weren't giving these programs your best effort.
Well, I had just gotten back on my mental health meds, and I think that's really helping me give my best effort now that I'm on them. The supervisor there, I had spoken to her, and we came to the conclusion that I need to be back on my meds, and I just started taking them like 2 weeks ago, and I think it's really, really helped me.
Okay, well, I'm happy to hear that, because what I heard from you today is a little different than maybe what I was anticipating. You know, because then you, well, let's back up. So you're here today for a criminal trespass for shoplifting from Walmart, and you probably have a history of shoplifting at Walmart. That's why they charge you with the trespass?
Yeah.
Yeah, you were supposed to stay out of Walmart? All right, and then you have another larceny 6 from Best Buy, and then you were smoking bath salts in a restroom, and then you ran from police. Is that pretty accurate?
Yeah. Well, okay. It wasn't bath salts, it was crack, but I mean, same thing.
Okay. So you're struggling with your addiction, and I guess we're going to say shoplifting to support it.
Yeah, I was struggling, yeah.
Okay. All right. How do you think you're doing today with your addiction?
I think having a year clean has really changed the way I think. Like having the clean time is, I don't know how to say it, like having the length of clean time has been good for like to have my brain reset and to make better decisions. If I went out there today, I don't have an urge to shoplift or smoke crack. I really want to do better for myself. I don't want to be in jail anymore. I don't want to come back to jail.
Well, we don't want you to come back to jail. This is your first time in jail. And
it's my first really long sentence, yeah.
Yeah, and like the judge said, you know, sometimes you just have to do something to stop the madness.
Yeah, because it's not a way to live. I don't want to live like that anymore.
Yeah, it's a hard way to live.
It really is. I was sleeping outside. I don't want to live like that.
Yeah, it makes you very vulnerable when you're in that situation.
Yeah. Okay. I don't have any of the old connections to all of those people anymore.
All right. So I heard you say a few minutes ago that you don't have any more cravings. And you finished the Tier 4 program?
I have one more class left.
One more class, okay.
Yep.
And when is that class?
Well, I think we're having a lockdown next week, so maybe the week after that. I'm not sure exactly when, because we're having like the Matrix thing next week. So it might be like 2 weeks.
Okay, so we'll say 2 weeks just to be on the safe side. And then I heard you also mention Smart Recovery and CCAR. So talk to me about Smart Recovery for a minute. What are you doing with that?
I go to I went to a Smart Recovery class, and I want to keep doing that.
Okay, and tell me what's important to you about that class.
Learning coping skills and how to manage my life better.
All right, and when you say manage coping skills, that's one of my questions for today. Tell me what that means to you.
Oh, like a coping skill that I use? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Like what coping skills have you developed that are going to? Because I'm interested to hear how you're going to manage cravings and urges and temptation. So, what kind of coping skills do you have?
Well, the one that really works well for me is like playing the tape through, like I said in my paper. So that's like asking myself, like, if I go out and smoke crack, and then what happens? Okay, I'm gonna want more. And then what happens when I run out of money? I have to go, steal or do that or that to get more crack. And then what happens? You know what I mean? It's a never ending cycle. I end up in jail. At the end of it, I end up in jail or dead. So if I think about that, when I want to smoke crack, I think, and then what happens? At the end, after, and then what happens 5-6 times, I'm going to end up in jail or dead. So that's a good one that I always like to use.
Okay, I think that's a good one to use. Looking forward at those consequences of choices.
Yeah.
Because everything you do is a choice.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I heard you talk about CCAR for recovery support. What do you know about CCAR?
Well, there's a recovery coach that comes into the program, and she told me that if I make parole today, she's going to hook me up with a recovery coach that will talk to me through Securus, and that they have meetings there. They're very close to the halfway house, and that I can go there for recovery support and resource support, and that they'll hook me up in the community to help me do good.
Great. That's exactly what they hope to do for everybody. And because it's not clinical, it's all about support.
Yeah, so the Wheeler Clinic is more clinical, right?
That's right.
Okay, so yeah, that's why I want to use both of them, because if I use them both together, then I'm hoping that I'll cover a lot of the bases.
Yeah. You think you can do that?
Yeah, I've done it before. I'm hoping I can do it again for the rest of my life.
Yeah, that's our hope for you too. Yeah, you're only 34 years old, so there's a lot of life left there. Who do you have for support in the community?
My mother is supportive. She lives in Massachusetts. I'm hoping to move back there when I'm done with parole, but I'm gonna see how things go. You know what I mean? But she's supportive, like on the phone and stuff.
Okay.
And my dad, he's supportive too.
Okay. All right. I mean, it sounds like you've already started to build a network for yourself, it'll be through the halfway house, Wheeler Clinic, CCAR. So once you get established with those, and get a little stability for yourself in the community, you have things to look forward to. And employment?
I'm hoping I can look for a job. I'm going to apply for jobs, and then if I have to, maybe CCAR can point me in the direction of a temp agency. Do they still have those, right? Temp agencies? All right.
They do. Temp agencies, yeah.
I'm willing to work with that, and I have the OSHA 10 and the Surf Safe from the school here. I'm in culinary, so I think that'll help me get a job. I'm just going to do my best. Okay. Hope for the best.
Well, hope for the best. Do your best. Be motivated. Have a plan B for everything that you do. Right? I think it's so important to if things don't work out the first time, you have to be able to think about what your next steps could be.
Yeah.
All right. You also have no probation to follow this sentence. So if you're granted discretionary parole today, that's what you'll have until looks like January 2027. Have you ever been on parole?
No.
Okay. You've been on probation.
I did not do well on probation.
Okay. So here's another opportunity to turn things around.
Yes.
Because, they're required. What do you know about parole and probation?
Do you have an ankle monitor on parole?
Sometimes.
I know that they can come check on you at any time. I don't really know much about parole. I know when I was put on probation, I was still using, so I think that's why, my mind wasn't in it at all. I just didn't care, but now I care.
Yeah. Their parole and probation, they are there to ensure the safety of the community, that you don't pose a risk to the community, that They do need to check on you, but they also are concerned about your welfare. Right? And they have especially parole, they have a bank of resources to help you, to give you referrals, to give you suggestions,
Yes, that's
to
what I was just
support you
thinking.
in what you do.
Like maybe they would be helpful for me to get, maybe they would help me get to where I want to be.
Yeah, and they can only be helpful though if you're keeping them in the loop. Right? So so I think the big misconception is once somebody starts to struggle, then they stop going to parole and probation, and that just creates another problem.
Yeah, no, I don't want no more problem.
Okay, so you're about to finish tier 4. Sounds like you've got support in the community through CCAR and Wheeler Clinic. You have some family. You have no disciplinary reports, so that's certainly good use of your time staying out of the fray. And we have you going to the halfway house.
Yes.
Sound right? Okay. All right, Ms. Champa, thank you for answering all my questions. I have nothing else.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Sure. My colleague covered a lot of ground already for you, which is a positive thing. And you've managed to handle yourself very well during the interview. In the regions in Connecticut, there are workforce development boards that have people that work with individuals that have a prior history, and they can help you kind of find additional work. So that's something you may want to consider looking up before you leave. I don't know if you have a tablet or not, but if you do, you can look them up and see if there's availability. They'll talk with you. But other than that, I have no question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
What was the resource? I'm sorry.
Workforce development boards in each region.
Okay.
Capital workforce.
Yeah, because I was going to talk to you about reentry centers.
Yeah, reentry.
We have a lot of reentry centers around the state specifically to help people coming out of incarceration transition. And they work with employers who are willing to hire people with criminal histories.
Yeah, I heard about those.
I think of temp agency as like tier 3 or plan C, and your parole officer can help connect you to the nearest reentry center. And they also have additional job skill vocational development so that you can, maybe look at being a flagger or something with your OSHA 10 that could earn you a really good salary. Do you have any life goals, Ms. Champa?
Well, right now, I just want to kind of stay sober and get a job and keep a job and maybe get a bank account, save up some kind of money, maybe go to school one day.
What do you want to study?
So I've always been interested in sign language. I had a friend growing up and her mom's deaf. So I learned sign language a lot when I was growing up. And I've always wanted to be an interpreter and help the deaf community because they are very, sometimes they're overlooked or like they're not taken care of properly because they can't speak.
Isolated. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I've always wanted to like.
There are some community centers and community colleges that do classes on sign language, teaching it. So it doesn't even really have to be an expensive thing to take on, so you can look into that when you're out in the community. I'm glad you have those interests, but most importantly, I'm glad to hear that the first thing you said when I asked you about life goals was sobriety.
Yeah, that's definitely has to be number 1.
It does, because you can't achieve the other things without it. Do you have, I know you were telling my colleague about your support system, but I wonder if you have anybody in your support system who's living in recovery.
Besides a potential recovery coach that I'll be getting, no, I'm hoping to make those connections in like AA, but as of right now, I don't really.
I only ask because it's great to have family and friends, but they often don't understand the cycle of addiction, the power of the disease of addiction. And, you know, sometimes they'll talk about it like it's a matter of willpower, and it's not. And so, you know, it's really helpful to surround yourself with people who understand the challenges that you're facing and can help you when you start to, you know, have what they call stinking thinking. I would encourage you to set a goal for yourself. Have you ever heard of 90 and 90?
Yes.
Okay, think about that. You know, one of the things that really stood out for me in terms of all of the various police reports we read was the one from Broughton at the Taco Bell. Do you even remember that incident?
Barely.
Okay. So the manager called 911 because you were in the handicap stall in their bathroom smoking, and it had a very heavy chemical smell. And they were concerned for you and for their other customers. And you were found with a reusable grocery bag and an open bag of bath salts in that instance. So I wanted to ask, I know you haven't taken the Voices program, but part of being responsible for the crimes that you've committed and the impact you've had on others is to really appreciate how they may have been harmed. So I'm wondering, in that particular situation, who do you think was impacted by your choice to smoke in the Taco Bell bathroom?
Well, the people around me and the people in there and the people that had to respond to the crime.
The employees, the customers?
Yeah, so the customers that were in the bathroom, and the employees that have to use the bathroom, and the police that have to respond to the crime.
The customers,
they were all affected.
But it's not just the customers who needed to use the bathroom or were in the bathroom, but all the customers in the restaurant, because, you know, the police pull up, the ambulance comes. I mean, it's a big damn deal. And, you know, it's not just the employees who need to use the bathroom, but they're the ones who have to clean it.
Yeah.
You know, so in terms of appreciating that your individual choices impact people like a ripple effect. And, you know, people drive by that Taco Bell. Remember the time that we were there and that woman got so sick and the police were called, and, you know, so it is harmful, and it's hard for the people who work there. The job is hard enough at minimum wage, you know, to have to put up with those additional kinds of challenges, not to mention being exposed to that heavy chemical smell, which, you know, you made a choice to do to your own body, but they didn't. You know, they just came to work their job. Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah, so I just wanted to point out, you know, as you take responsibility and you know, assess your life and the choices that you made in the past, that you appreciate that you are part of a community and everything you do affects others in the community. And when you get to a place, Ms. Champa, of being stable and, you know, your recovery, you're strong in your recovery, and maybe you're helping other people, you know, really look at how you can give back. You know, you can't pay back all the stores in Norwich that you are, you know, prohibited from going in. But, you know, you can get back to your community in broader ways of your own time and your talents, right?
Yes.
I was pleased to see that you were looking at Hartford or New Haven for your halfway house, because you really should probably give Norwich a break for a while, right?
Yeah,
You're very well
I'm
known
go
there.
I'm not going back there.
Okay, well, you know, you may at some point in the future, but right now you're very well known there. And there are a whole lot of stores that have prohibited you from coming in, and you don't want to get another trespass.
No.
Just because, you know, that was a lifetime ago, but they don't forget. Okay. All right, well, I'm really impressed with you. You know, your behavior's been great in the facility. You've engaged in vocational education. You've taken all the programs except voices that we would have wanted you to see you take. Can I ask you, did you do tier 2?
I did some of it, and then they moved me into Maryland Baker.
Okay, all right, that clears it up, because I was reading that you had started it on June of 30th of last year, and then to read that you're in Maryland Baker, I didn't know. Was that something you asked for, or how did that come about?
Yeah, I had asked for it prior to starting for tier 2.
Well, I'm really glad you got it, because it really is the premier program of DOC. And it's going to help you get at all the underlying issues that play into your abuse of substances that then, you know, messes with your mental health. So I wish you much success going forward. If you'll give us just a minute to discuss your case.
Thank you.
Ms. Palmer?
Thank you. Ms. Turner, I think you did a good job summarizing what we're happy to hear. Because I was a little concerned coming into today's hearing that maybe there wasn't enough importance and insights given to the programs that would bring about that change we want to hear. But, you know, I'm happy to hear about the mental health, so choosing to do the Maryland Baker program, because when you choose, you certainly get, when it's your choice, you get more out of it. No disciplinary reports. I think she has a great plan to go back out in the community. She's going out with some new skills too. So I am definitely in favor of discretionary parole today.
As am I, Madam Chair.
Terrific. I have 3 different conditions. Do you want to share yours?
Yes, I have no alcohol, mental health evaluation and treatment, and no contact with a William Dickerson.
And we need halfway house, right?
Yes, thank you. And William Dickerson was a co-defendant.
Okay. You know who we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, and you're okay letting that relationship go?
It's already gone.
Terrific. So in the matter of Joan Champa, inmate number 448543, I make a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of April 17th, 2026, with the following conditions for your supervision. You're to have a mental health evaluation and engage in treatment as deemed necessary. You're to be placed in a halfway house. You're not to consume any alcohol, and you're to have no contact for your co-defendant, William Dickerson. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, Ms. Champa. Go out and do good things.
Good luck to you.
It's a hearing for John Champa, inmate 4485.
I got it.
That's good.
Hi, hello. I'm Teresa Martinez.
Yep, you can have a seat. We'll be right with you.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Boyce. For today is Friday, April 17th, 2026. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Councilmember Rodriguez, good morning.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
My name is Teresa Martinez. My inmate number is 389663.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Teresa Martinez, inmate number 389663. She is serving a sentence of 15 years, suspended after 6 years with 5 years probation for risk of injury to a minor and trafficking in persons minor. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of December 7th, 2025. There is no victim input in the case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows that the offender has completed Tier 2 and is currently in the problem sexual behavior program. Utilizing the Women's Risk Needs Assessment order, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls within the moderate range. Ms. Martinez, this is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
First of all, I'm gonna start by saying good morning. I feel that I should be granted parole because I have changed significantly. While being incarcerated, I'm sorry, I'm nervous right now.
We understand that. Take your time.
I'm sorry.
You don't need to stand, ma'am.
I don't, okay,
No.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, whatever you're most comfortable with.
Okay. What I learned by being incarcerated is to listen when spoken to and not react. Most important is getting to know myself. Also, I learned how to, when the officer asks me to remove myself, when an inmate come up to me and they're yelling in my face, trying to fight me, I remove myself from situations and I don't react. I learned how to not talk back. I just learned a lot. But most in all, I take accountability for my actions. Why? Because being a mother of 6 kids and what I've done to these 3 young children, is I don't even know how to explain it. It's not even a question to say. I don't think that is right. I think that is wrong. And I would have put a person here too. And if it was done to my children, I would have tried to put the person under the jail. Because I'm not that person I was then. At the time, I was under the influence. I'm not that person I was today. I know I can't be in contact with them. And if I could, I would like to apologize to them and explain to them that I am sorry and that I know that they looked up to me and I took advantage of them. And I am not that person today. I changed significantly. There's young children today that's here, that's 18, that look up to me. And I know when I go out, I wouldn't even have contact with children because I can't. When I go out, I want to do groups. I want to finish my parole. I want to, when parole allow me to get 2 jobs, I want to.
Ms. Martinez?
I'm sorry. Yes, I know I'm all over the place. I'm nervous. I
get it. I'm just gonna bring you back to the question, which is why do you deserve parole? We understand there are a lot of things you want to do when you're out.
Yes.
And a lot of reasons why you want it, but we're looking for the reasons why you deserve it. What, you've talked about changing significantly. Maybe you could walk us through that change process. What helped you change and who are you now?
What helped me change by being here, being locked down a lot, reading my Bible, I have a spiritual advisor that I talk to on the phone. Doing my groups, I have inmates that help me understand myself. Just working a lot. Understanding me, the person I become, getting to know me more, humbling myself, not getting angry at everything. If an inmate direct me to do something, when it's time to lock up, I also, how can I explain this? I learned to be by myself, not always having to be around a person 24/7. When I was out, I was always needy, had to have to be around a person. Now I don't. I can be alone. Like, I can be in a room by myself to sit and meditate, to understand who I am as a person, to get to know who I am, to just sit and meditate on things that I've done in the past, to understand what got me to the place to do that, because I was depressed. I didn't have my mother. I didn't have a lot of family. So being incarcerated taught me to just get to know who Teresa is as a person, to understand that you don't have to have a person under you 24/7. Because when I was younger, my grandfather always said, why do you have to always bring a person home with you? And it was because I was lonely, because I wasn't raised with my mom. So now I can just go in the room, sit, meditate, and think, and I journal. So it's more about me and not having to say, well, I have to go out of my cell and sit under a person, but I could just be by myself and just sit and think. Just understanding the person who I am today. Mostly.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Is there more that you want to say by way of an opening statement, or should we begin asking you questions?
You can ask me questions.
Okay. So the process here is that we've read the documents that were available to us.
Yes, ma'am.
And we've prepared some questions. We'll ask you those questions, and then when we're done, we'll discuss your case and make a decision. Do you have any questions about the process?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so we're going to begin questions with my colleague, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Martinez, for your opening statement. So you're here for trafficking in persons and risk of injury to a child. You're doing you had 15 years with a 6-year suspended. You EOS in 2028.
Yes, sir.
USA. You have an extensive history, prior history.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You have 7 releases, community releases, 5 of which you didn't succeed in. You didn't do well in.
What do you mean by that, sir?
You have 5 different times that you were released or under supervision of some sort, and you didn't do well. Well, 5 of those times you didn't do well. Of the 7, 2 you did. You were successful in 2 of them, but 5 of them you didn't do well. Well, in a second, I'll let you comment.
Okay. Yes, sir.
You've got, since you've been in this across, you've had 5 tickets. The last one being in 2025, I believe it looks like September of 2025, for interfering with safety and security. You have a drug score of 4. The highest you can get is 5. And you haven't taken all of your programming yet. You haven't taken all of your programming yet, right? You still need some programs that you need to take. So I'm struggling with, and we have to figure out whether it makes sense to release you today.
Okay.
In light of all those things, and I heard what you said, I heard the positive talk about things that you want to do. Help me understand. What about you can convince me that it makes sense to release you today? What about your participation in things in there? Well, let me know that I can feel comfortable finding you suitable today.
Okay. I'm gonna start by 1 to 5, the high score of the drug score. When I was out, the reason why I didn't succeed on that, because at the time, I wasn't ready to be clean at that time. And that was my drug use. My clean date is October 18, 2021. At that time, I was in a drug program when they came and got me. When the detectives came to get me and talk to me at that time about the case, I explained to them and I talked to them about it. I told them about my drug use and I explained to them about that. So I was in Bridgeport Rescue Mission at that time, and that was my clean date. And that's when it started. When they came and got me, sir, I started getting clean. And that's when I knew I was ready to get clean. And I ended up getting picked up.
What were you doing at that point to establish your sobriety?
So
what were you doing?
When they came and got me, I was in Bridgeport Rescue Mission, and I was doing crack cocaine, heroin, any drug that I could get my hands on, sir, I would do it. And I'm gonna be honest with you, sir. I went through a lot at that point in time. And my background back then, my family had an extensive background then. And as I told you before, I wasn't ready. But when I put myself in that drug program, it was a Christian-based program. And my history with Christianity is very strong, sir. But what I'm trying to explain to you now, I take my clean time very seriously. I don't play about it. I OD'd 5 times, sir. And what I'm trying to explain to you, and I'm not making no excuses behind my case. That's why it came about. And I've been clean ever since October 18, 2021. And the reason why I didn't succeed those 5 times was because of drug use. My mom got high, my dad got high, my uncles got high. You understand what I'm saying, sir?
I appreciate that, but so tell me why now you're going to remain clean beyond this time.
Because I put my family through so much, and I do not want to get high no more. I'm done. My sobriety, and I put my grandfather through it. And before he died, he got to see me clean. And I just don't want it anymore. I want better for myself.
So,
I want more.
I understand it, but what are you doing? Are you an NA right now?
Oh, right now, no, I signed up for it because it's an extensive wait time right now. I've been signed up for it. They told me that I have to be on a wait list. I signed up a couple of months. I signed up a year ago. And it's an extensive wait time. Even for voices, I signed up for it. And they still told me I have to wait. I even talked to the lady like a year ago. And I even talked to her today again. And she still told me it's a wait list. But I did finish tier 2. And choices, I have 2 more groups to do. And they don't even have anybody right now that's running voices right now. So there's a couple of groups right now that there's nobody that's really running most of them.
Let me add, why, with an extensive history that you have, and you agree that you have an extensive history, substance abuse history, right?
Yes.
Why didn't you ask for Marilyn Baker? Why didn't you go into a more extensive program?
I also wrote for Marilyn Baker, but because I got accepted into tier 2, they told me that I couldn't go over there. And I have the paperwork for it. I have the request form. I have that.
Was that a program you thought could be very helpful for you?
Yes, I do. And I wouldn't mind going there. I'd rather have went in there than doing tier 2. But instead of doing tier 2, instead of doing Marilyn Baker, they put me in tier 2.
And well, I'm sure that the information that you got in tier 2 was something that you probably already knew.
Yes, sir, it was, because I did 8 months. I did 8 months to a year in Bridgeport Rescue Mission, and I did finish that. I did finish it.
Was that the only drug program you've been into in the community?
No, sir. No, sir. There were other programs. Yes, sir, it was.
Have you reached out to CCAR?
CCAR in Bridgeport?
CCAR, period.
Yes,
CCAR.
I did.
And are you working with them?
No, not right now. Out in the community, no, because it's hard being incarcerated. To get connected with them outside is very hard.
It's my understanding there's a way you can connect with them right on your tablet. There's a way of connecting with them right on your tablet.
Okay, that's good information. I didn't know that.
So that's what concerns me. So you have this extensive history. Part of what you're sharing with us today is that your history, even though you're not making excuses, that your history is a contributing factor to the fact that you've been involved in all of these offenses, prior history, current history, current offense. And you're saying that you're saying that's a contributing factor for you. And it's the thing that you find most important, but there aren't those things in your life right now that will help you create a support system for yourself for when you do get released. And that piece of it concerns me. Because and it's important to you too, right? I mean, you said it's important to you too.
No, it's very important to me, sir.
So that's kind of the challenge that I'm having at this particular point. That substance abuse has played such a significant role in your life, both in your developmental history you shared from your family, and your own history, and it doesn't seem to me as if you've set yourself up at this point to have the support system that you need in order to be able to have something to fall back on when those difficult times come up for you on the outside.
No, I actually do, sir, because I also have connections too, because I have connections too also with someone else. Her name is Shilethia. She is in the program that I was in, that I have connections with her too, also when I get out. Because the people that I was in the program with, I also still have connections with them because I still talk to them too. So the people that I also was in the program with, I still connect with them on the outside too. So I connect with them, I connect with my spiritual advisor, and I connect with the counselors that I was in the program with. So everybody that I was in a program with, I still talk to them on the phone too. And I also help other females that's in here connect with them too, to go into the program with, them too. So even though I don't know how to work with the tablet, I have people that I have connections with. So the counselors in the program that I was in, I connect with them on the outside. So even though I don't know how to work with the tablet, I do have connections with them. And my father, he had been clean 30 years. And I talked to him also. And my plan is to also do NA. And also when I get out, is to do programming also. So I am going to have resources. My thing is not to just go out and just say, okay, I'm going to go into a halfway house and just go get a job. No, I'm going
to be honest with you. I didn't see that as part of your release plan.
Okay.
I didn't see those. Unless I'm missing something. I didn't
Okay.
see that as part of your release plan at this point. I saw that you want to get your CED, a CDL, you want to start your own business, right? I saw those things as part of your release plan. I didn't see any of that other stuff about NA or any of those things or CCAR or any of, I didn't see any of that. And even in terms of looking at your, I think in the sports system, I did see where you had a spiritual advisor.
No, but that is my plan, is to do groups.
I didn't see that in your support system either. So, I mean, those are my concerns, Ms. Martinez. You know, for me, you didn't take voices yet either, which I think I'd like to see you take as well. You still have a little bit of time left. As I said, you're not EOSing until 2028. I would like to see a stronger plan for you, for your release that would include, you know, like CCAR and like, you know, maybe some attendance in NA at some point, even while you're there. And so I'm kind of struggling with that, but I'm going to pass it on to my colleagues and hear what they have to say. I'm going to reserve my decision to that point, to hear from them. Okay. Listen, thank you for answering my questions today. And I do hope you really seriously consider figuring out get help for somebody to help you use the tablet, because there's some important resources on your tablet that I think you could have access to that could be very helpful for you upon your release.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ms. Martinez, I was reading that you were working on your GED. Did you finish that?
I just go to school just to refresh it, but I finished high school, ma'am.
Okay. Not working, but currently in school for GED. Potential completion in 2 months.
I finished high school in 2024. I go just to refresh, but I finished high school, ma'am, in 2024.
I was seeking clarification as to why you would be working on a GED, having read that you already had that educational level.
Yes, ma'am. Some of us go to like refresh.
Okay,
like
I understand. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a job?
Yes, ma'am. I work at Food Prep.
Okay. In the Tier 2 program,
yes,
did you learn anything specific to the drug PCP?
Yes, ma'am. I know all about it.
Okay. What can you tell me the harm it does?
It's a hallucinant drug. It's very harmful to the mind, the body. If you're not aware, you can harm yourself, not even knowing what you're doing. You can cut, you can hurt others. Sometimes when you're not aware, you can even kill yourself. I have a family member that died on it.
Was that your drug of choice?
In the past, yes, ma'am.
What I understand about PCP is that it actually, as a drug, does damage to your brain in ways that your brain cannot recover.
Yes, ma'am.
So, what we don't know is as people age who have been regular users of PCP, how that's going to play into some of the diseases of memory and memory loss that we're seeing among older Americans. So when I see someone has a fondness for that substance, it concerns me tremendously because it's literally lowering your IQ.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been able to figure out through your journaling and your meditation what the source of your anger has been?
In the past or now?
Well, I would assume in the past that you carry with you until you resolve it.
In my past, yes. Not paying attention, not listening. walking away when someone is talking to you, quick to fight.
Not how you express the anger, but where it came from to begin with. You have already mentioned, you know, a difficult upbringing with a lot of exposure to people using drugs in your family. You know, was there neglect? Was there abuse? But, you know, I'm wondering if you understand and have insight into the anger. I'm very happy for you that you have learned not to react. That's an important skill and something that comes as we mature, we hope. But, you know, it's also important to unpack that anger so it doesn't have that intensity and power in our lives. So do you know what's behind your anger?
Yes, not having my mother, the things she did to me, her not being there, how she treated me, her putting her hands on me, her selling me for drugs, getting high with her, how
It was all very harmful.
yeah, bringing me drugs, waking me up, just not being a mother.
So you have 6 children, 3 of whom are adults. Have you ever taken a parenting class? There's some, you know, motherhood classes there at York. Have you been able to participate in anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. How about on the prior times you were on supervision? Was GCF involved? Did you do any parenting classes with their help?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How recent?
When I had DCF, I took them.
Like, can you ballpark, was that 10 years ago when your adult children were younger, or was it more recent?
With my adult kids, my adult children.
You know, I know my colleague talked to you about the Voices program and having a release plan. I would encourage you to talk to the counselor there about a parenting program, because you didn't have a model in your life for how to be a mother to your own children. And I think that that very well might have contributed to your willingness to, how did you put it, take advantage of the victims in your crime.
Yes, understandable as well.
So you, in your opening statement, you apologized and you described it as taking advantage
Yes, ma'am.
of the victims. But I'm going to challenge you that you actually exploited these young children for your own financial gain.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's different than taking advantage. You know, it's taking advantage, like tricking somebody out of a $5 bill. This was on a whole new level of exploitation. It was very difficult to read the details of your crime. And,
Yes.
you know, what you did to prepare these young women, children, to be exploited sexually by customers.
Yes, ma'am.
You were interviewed by The Connection as part of problem sexual behavior evaluation. Do you remember that experience there in the facility?
Yes, ma'am.
You actually said that what you did, wasn't intentional. And that really jumped out at me because that is not true. You know, you identified these victims, you transported them. The police interviewed the people working at the hotel who described you as managing the whole situation. And then to read what the victims said about the things you did to prepare them, and you know, the fact that some of these things were done because you could make more money if they were willing to be perpetrated anally. And, you know, it just, these are details of your crime, which you said, you know, was wrong, which I would say is actually criminal. It's why we have a human trafficking statute. So disturbing that I think they'll stay with me for, unfortunately, a very long time. So, you know, it's appropriate that you apologized, said you're sorry. Because this went on for quite some time. Do you have any contact? I'm not going to pronounce his last name correctly. Luini? Mr. Luini?
I don't even know his name. No, ma'am.
Eugene?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Have no contact.
He's the man you were delivering these victims to.
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
How did you know him?
Because I met the person prostituting myself, ma'am.
Mr. McKenzie, who is he to you?
My friend.
Okay. Because you know, if you were granted today or when you go out, you really need to not have contact with him either. So you'll have 9 years of this sentence hanging over your head when you begin 5 years of probation. So, you know, you should take the conditions of your supervision pretty seriously because you could be brought back and made to serve those 9 years. And
Miss, I take everything seriously. Like, okay, I really am sorry.
I'm sorry, Ms. Martinez. I get that you're sorry, but your criminal history goes back to 2005. You know, so this is, you've had risk of injury convictions in the past. So this stuff needs to be said. As my colleague pointed out, you've struggled on supervision in the past. I see. What do you think you need in order to be successful when you're back in the community?
When I'm back in the community, what I need to be successful is to not fall back into old habits, to stay away from people, places, and things, to do more groups, to stay focused, not go back to where I used to hang out. Stay to myself, get a job, stay focused, stay around positive people. Don't pay attention to negative things.
What about your mental health?
And get also that, do mental health, do more groups, you know, finish my parole, go to NA, also go to CCAR too, like do as much as groups that I can and develop, and also get back, like stay on my medication.
Okay,
and,
so that's a long list.
Yes, and that's my plan to do, because when yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's a long list.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you written it down and set it in order of priority?
Yes, I have it in my journal. Great. And before
When
I
you
came
say
in,
that like I would know. I'm asking because you could easily overwhelm yourself with everything that you just said to us. Job, mental health, people, places, and things, recovery, stay to yourself, go to groups. I mean, that was a lot. That was a long list. And I'm concerned for you that you could overwhelm yourself if you don't as you say, stay focused on what your priorities are. And I hope that your priorities are your recovery and your mental health. Because once you get those together and are attending to them every day, then you'll be able to go on and be successful in things like work. Does that make sense?
It does. May I say something?
Yes, I get a sense, Ms. Martinez, that you're getting frustrated with us.
No,
and I'm sorry if you are, because this is the process. What we're trying to do today is make a decision about whether it's appropriate for you to finish the 6 years you have to serve out in the community on discretionary parole. And we have to make that decision based on the interests of public safety. Okay?
No,
What do you want
ma'am.
to say?
No, ma'am, I'm not getting frustrated. Because first of all, you didn't put me here. I put myself here. You didn't put me in this predicament. I put myself in this predicament. So how can I get frustrated with you? I can't
Well,
get
because
frustrated with you.
You know, we're digging. We're asking a lot of hard questions.
But that's your job.
It is.
You understand? So I'm not frustrated with you.
Okay.
Because neither one of y'all put me here. The only person I could be frustrated with and mad at is myself. And I understand your list. And I also want to say to you, the list that you're saying, also, I want to bring this to your attention. I also was doing that already. Everything that you're pointing to me, ma'am, I was doing it already. I was already doing that. In Bridgeport Rescue Mission and in Connection.
That's great. So you have a template to follow when you're out. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And I do encourage you to build a sober community. As much as you've talked about being alone, being comfortable with that, that's important. But there's a fine line between, you know, liking yourself enough that you're comfortable being alone and isolating. And when we isolate, some of the, you know, the talk of addiction can fill our minds. So, you know, if you have a recovery support network, then you have people who can help you, you know, check your thinking and understand the struggle that you're facing. They're in the same place. So, you know, be careful with the isolating part of, you know, and do have that positive network of support for yourself. I know my colleague mentioned a bunch of things like CDL and stuff like that. Do you have a life goal?
Yes, ma'am, I do. So my plan was, is still, if I am able to parole and go to a halfway house, my goal is to, once, like, doing my groups and my program, doing NA, not really so much of AA because I wasn't a drinker, but NA is to get 2 jobs and, you know, do my license. And while I'm working and doing my license, do my CDLs and work on my credit. And within 3 to 5 years, hopefully own my house. Also, I have done the FI here and learned to become the CEO of my own business. I also finished culinary inside of here. I have my Surf Safe. So I have goals. I want to do a lot of things. I want to own my own business. I also started journals for incarcerated women and flashcards. And the name of the journals would be Micah Candy Notebook Journals. So the journals are for incarcerated women that have children that are in foster care, that can journal to their children that are in foster care, that allow the mothers to write to the children. The foster parents can get the journals from the incarcerated mother and take the journals and read to the child. And the flashcards will have pictures of the mother and the child, but on the opposite side, it will have ABCs and it will have numbers like 1 + 1, 2 + 2. And then on the other side, it will have pictures of the child and the mother, or it will be custom made to their liking, whichever way. But when I get out, because in here, you know, it's hard. It would take a lot to do all of that with the warden, you know. Right. So on the outside, it would be a little bit easier, but I would like to donate them. But working on the outside, it would be easier to, you know, maneuver that. So I would
Ms.
like
Martinez?
that. Yes, ma'am.
That all sounds great. And what I would say to you is you achieve your goals one step at a time, one day at a time.
Yes, ma'am.
So, you know, I can appreciate that you'd want to have your own home, and I hope you will someday. But the other part of achieving these goals is being flexible.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, I'm not sure that it's realistic to own a home in 3 to 5 years, but you could be well on your way in that direction. So just be patient with yourself and don't lose that focus. Thanks for talking with me. Ms. Smith-Palmieri?
Thank you. So Ms. Martinez, I just want to follow up on one little area, and it has to do with your substance abuse. You talked about going to the rescue mission. What made you go to the rescue mission?
What made me go to the Bridgeport Rescue Mission was one day I walked in the house and my grandfather was sitting there. He asked me, was I trying to kill him? I told him no. He seen me, I was going through withdrawal. He wanted to help me go through it. So when you're on heroin, fentanyl, it takes, you know, 7 days to kind of go through the withdrawal, but not really, not realistically, because you have to go through detox. But if you go into a detox, it takes that, well, they put you on methadone, whatever. But he asked me, and I was like, okay. He sat there and I see him crying. And then I thought about it. And when I looked at him, at that time, he was 82 years old. My grandfather got me when I was 6 months old. And I just got tired. So I went through it for 3 days. I couldn't take it no more. I got up, I got another bag of dope. When I did it, I took the rest of my money. I told my grandfather I'll be back. I went to a friend's house. I waited. I went the next day. Went to the methadone program. I went and got on 20 milligrams. Basically, I was tired. I was tired of standing on the corner. I was tired of going through the pain, and I was tired of bringing my family through the pain. And I was also tired of seeing my kids crying and asking me questions. So I went and I actually did it. I went through it and I got tired of being talked about and being looked down on. And I got tired of the things that I were doing. And I just wanted to do better and I wanted more out of life. And I just wanted to be somebody. And I see myself as my mom. I just needed more.
Right. Is this the longest you've ever been sober?
To be honest with you, Miss, yes. And to be honest, it felt good and it feels good to tell my story. And I'm gonna be honest. I'm ashamed, like I said, I'm ashamed of what I've done, but I'm not afraid to tell what I've done because I know I was wrong again. And I'm honest and I tell everybody about what I've done.
And you've been participating in the sex offender treatment program.
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And you said you got one more class to go, or you're done the end of April.
I think it's 2 more classes, if I'm not mistaken, ma'am.
Tell me why that program should be helpful for you.
It's helpful because you learn the do's and don'ts. You learn that how do I say this? Just because you're an addict, you still know better. It doesn't matter what drug you pick up, you still have a mind. And you should know better regardless of what. Because at the end of the day, I have kids, right? And just because, excuse my mouth, just because you put something to your mouth and you smoke it, or you put something in your body, it still shouldn't allow you to do things to a child. You listen to other people's stories and it teaches you. I listen to some people say, well, I didn't do it. And I'd be like, well, I did do it. I know I did it. It shows you to tell the truth and be honest. It's embarrassing, but then at some points it's not embarrassing. Because either you're gonna say you did it or you didn't do it. And I sit there with the counselors and I say, I'm not gonna sit here and lie, I did do it. And I'm sitting in front of everybody and they're like, well, I don't want to say here and I don't want to say this. And I don't want to say here and I don't want to say I didn't do this, or I don't want to write this. And I'm like, well, I don't care, I'm in front of everybody, I did do it. Whether you want to say you did it or not, I did. And at some point when I did go in, I'm like, well, I just want to finish. And then at some point, I'm like, well, I don't want to because I want to talk about it. Because it bothers me. Because I got 5 girls, not 1. I got 5. And I only got 1 boy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it bothers me every day. Because like I said before, if someone did it, I don't know what I would have done. Oh, come on. So it bothers me. And I have a 3-year-old and I have a 6-year-old. And I don't even know sometimes, you know, I wonder,
well, you're in a unique position to see it from all angles. Someone that's been through it, somebody as a mother, you know, and somebody who was perpetrating it. Yeah, so, well, we do have a report, just a few notes that say you are a good participant, that you're engaged, that you're doing well in groups. So that's important because this type of treatment will need to continue once you're back in the community.
I understand that.
Yeah.
And I'm planning on it.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
Okay. So we're done with the questions. If you'll give us just a few minutes to talk about your case, then we'll get back to you, okay?
All right, thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez.
You said this is a very disturbing case. And ladies, children. And as I shared earlier, I have some real challenges with the case, the extensive history in this case, DR history in this case, one being as recent as September of last year, which is not even a year gone by, the failures in community releases. For me, the lack of a stronger release plan, relapse prevention plan for her, even though I hear from Ms. Martinez her desire to want to stop doing drugs, want to have sobriety, I want to be clean. I hear that from her, and I hear some other positive things from her as well. I'm challenged by this. It doesn't sound like a stronger plan for me. I agree. I thought taking a parenting class would be very good. She still needs voices on her OAP. She's completing her public sexual behavior this month. I do not have her discretionary parole today. I would consider a rehear in this particular case to give her an opportunity to maybe get some NA under her belt, to connect with CCAR, to establish a stronger release plan. And maybe to come back to us, share that information with us.
Ms. Smith Palmieri?
But I'm happy to do what my colleagues have to say as well.
Yeah, I mean, you do not see these cases very often, especially on the female side. So it is incredibly, it's a difficult case, I think. And as I said, Ms. Martinez is in a, you know, she has all three different perspectives of it, having been a victim herself at one point, having young children, female children, and now here she is. I guess what stands out to me about the case is it does go back to 2020. She has been incarcerated now since 2022, having been sentenced in 2025. I was encouraged by the few notes that we received about her participation in the sex offender treatment program. I'm also encouraged by the fact that prior to being arrested on this, she had already been working on her sobriety and was engaged with the rescue mission and then the connection. You know, she does have a record. It does go back to 2026. She does not have a lot of periods of incarceration. She does have those DRs, as you pointed out, Mr. Rodriguez. Probably the most significant for me do go back to 2023, which is the fight, and then some disruption in school, which is always unnecessary in December 2024. You know, she did the TIER program. She's the second person we've heard from that, you know, they don't have a clinician for the Voices program. So I don't know if that's something that could happen for her again. She has done quite a bit of programming. Now, I do hear a lot of change. I hear a lot of change prior to even being arrested. The change began prior to her arrest. You know, it is evident, by no means is an excuse, that she was heavily addicted and using at the time all this occurred. You know, it's just the victims in this are it's hard to imagine. I did have Ms. Martinez. She scores moderate. She's low on the sex offender risk assessment. I did have her voted to discretionary parole contingent upon her completing the sex offender treatment program.
So there's some things that Ms. Martinez has going in her favor. She is admitted to her crimes. She is engaged in programming to address her needs through addiction services and mental health. She's engaged in vocational training as well, and is holding a job there in the facility. The flip side is that she does minimize the crimes that she committed. I think she has a sense of the harm that she's done, but her language, you know, involved some minimization, and not just here today, but the sex offender evaluation that I mentioned and asked her about. She has a concerning criminal history and numerous unsuccessful periods on supervision. I was surprised to read that she didn't feel her sentence was fair, because I thought 6 years was certainly reasonable. And I think what concerned me about that was that these are 50% crimes. And that means that, with serving 3 years, which she passed that threshold back in December, she was parole eligible. It's a good thing that that there was the delay in the hearing, because she got that much further through the short track program. So we are looking at
2 years left.
thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. And, where it would be best spent is kind of what I use to make, to inform my decision. I do have to give her credit in that she's come across today with tremendous honesty.
Yeah.
She has not, she has been willing to reveal herself and her struggles to us. And she's shared her insights. And she has numerous tools that will hopefully ground her in whenever she transitions back into the community. And I'm given some comfort that she has a sober date that is that goes back to 2021. I wish that she had been afforded, perhaps the aftercare and or NA meetings, but that hasn't been the case. I think we could look for and recommend in our written decision a parenting program out in the community. She's not going to have the ability to have contact with minors, not right away. So, that would be appropriate. Like you pointed out, we're hearing today that Voices is not running in the facility. So I'm going to vote to grant discretionary parole today, along with you, Ms. Smith Palmieri. And I do have numerous conditions. So if I could run through them with you.
I'm going to be supporting it as well.
Okay.
I've heard both of my colleagues and
Good.
rationale for finding this opportunity, but I agree. Hopefully we're going to provide as many supports as we can and some resources for her as we can.
And I get your point, like, she had a DR in September, but, we look for measures of change, and it's
No, they definitely,
more than 6
definitely
months.
some positive
So,
things she shared. She talked
not been a year, but it's been 6 months. So I have no contact with minors.
Yes, ma'am.
Without parole officer's permission, problem sexual behavior treatment,
Yes,
enhanced internet and device monitoring, halfway
Yes,
house
ma'am.
placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, no alcohol, no co-defendant Eugene Looney, a general no contact with Anthony McKenzie, and no contact with victims AR and AC. Do you have anything to add?
I have nothing to add. I had all those, including the alcohol.
based on the mental health evaluation.
Yes, and that's important. I had also seen one that said she was alcohol dependent at another point too. The internet, the internet monitoring. I did not have that, so I know when we impose that, we usually.
And I usually write why.
Yeah.
I think it had to do with the communication with the victims, and the network that she had set up for transporting and arranging things with the co-defendant.
Okay.
And all of that. So I want,
I just want
community services to have full access to any activity in which that resembles how she perpetrated her crimes. So
I agree.
All right. So, Ms. Martinez, we're ready. In the matter of Teresa Martinez, inmate number 389663, there is a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of April 17th, 2026, with the following conditions for your supervision. Problem sexual behavior treatment. No contact with minors without your parole officer's permission. Halfway house placement. No consumption of alcohol. A mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary. Enhanced internet and device monitoring. No contact with co-defendant Eugene Looney. A general no contact with Anthony McKenzie. And no contact with your victims' initials AC and AR. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So, Ms. Martinez, please consider your parole officer part of your support system to help you be successful in this transition. And it's a transition not just from incarceration to community, but your sober life into community supports, your mental health, into community service providers, and your engagement in additional programming, especially that for problem sexual behavior treatment. So, we wish you much success. We're affording you the support of parole, and we hope that you will take advantage of the help and continue to work on yourself. Thank you for your honesty here today.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Teresa Martinez, 389663.
We set today's date, but obviously with needing a halfway house, it won't be today. Be careful about any DRs between now and your release, because that could change the decision.
One second. Did we want to do contingent on completion of this short-term sex offender?
I think it's just 2 classes. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
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 And we know that you want to do problem sexual behavior treatment in the community, so we know you're going to finish it there in the facility.
Okay.
Yeah, you've really been a leader in that group, helping others. So finish it out on a strong note.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're also
done.
Okay, thank you.
The board will be right with you.
All right.
Boisford.
Good morning. My name is Pearl Officer Voiceford. Today is Friday, April 17, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Cardinal Parole. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record. Certified they reviewed all statutory documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner. Good
Madam
morning.
Rodriguez, good morning.
Good morning.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Taishani Osorio, 360264.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Taishani Osorio, inmate number 360264. She's serving a sentence of 8 years followed by 12-year special parole for conspiracy to commit assault first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of April 8th, 2026. There is no victim input in the case. There is an offender accountability plan that has been reviewed and shows that the offender has completed Tier 2 and is currently participating in New Thoughts. Utilizing the Women's Risk Needs Assessment, one of the offender has been assessed as overall medium risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Right. I have a letter I could read. Is that okay?
Yes, please. Oh, no need to stand. If you're more comfortable seated, you may sit.
Sorry. Thank you. So I'm respectfully requesting consideration for parole, and I want to start by saying I take full responsibility for my role in the circumstances that led to my incarceration. I understand that my actions contributed to a situation where someone's life was taken, and for that I am deeply sorry. There are no words that could truly express the weight of that loss. I recognize that nothing I say or do could ever undo the harm that was caused. I carry deep remorse, not only for the life that was taken, but for the pain and suffering his loved ones continue to endure. I often reflect on the reality that a family lost someone they could never get back, and that is something I will carry with me for the rest of my life. I take full accountability for placing myself in a situation that led to such a tragic outcome, and I regret every day that I did not make better decisions. I failed to consider the seriousness of my action, the permanent consequences that they could have. I've set full responsibility for my failure. This experience has been one of the most difficult times in my life, but it has been a period of reflection and growth. I have taken this time to think deeply about my actions, the people I have hurt, and those I have disappointed. At the beginning of my incarceration, I struggled significantly. I found myself getting into trouble due to confusion, anger, and feeling uncomfortable in myself. At the time, I did not fully understand my identity as a transgender man, which led to a period of deep depression and negative behavior. While this does not excuse my actions, it is something I have since taken responsibility for and worked hard to overcome. Since beginning my transition, my mental and emotional health has improved greatly, and I am now in a much stable and positive mind. During the time here, I have made a consistent effort to better myself. I have obtained my first aid certification, biohazard training, OSHA 10 certification, also completed Tier 2, New Thoughts, working and going to school. Through these experiences, I have gained valuable insight into my behavior and decision-making. I have realized that in my past, I did not always think about the consequences of my action and how they affected others. Today, I'm much aware of how my decision impact not only my life, but also people around me. I have learned that I need structure, positive influences, and a clear plan in order to stay on the right path. I now understand the importance of surrounding myself with the right people and making decisions that reflect the person I want to be. I have a strong support system in my family who continue to encourage me and hold me accountable. I am committed to being present for them and building a stable future. I intend to obtain my CDL license, secure stable employment, and begin saving for future goals. I also plan to reach to organizations like Peace Builders and volunteer as a mentor to help youth. I'm committed to continuing my growth, making positive contributions to society, and never putting myself in a situation like this again. I respectfully ask for the opportunity to prove that I'm ready to return to my community and live a responsible, law-abiding life. And if I'm granted parole, I would like to extend my release for another month or two so I can graduate and get my high school diploma. I have like a credit or two left. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You did a nice job with that. We always appreciate it when people take the time to prepare for the hearing.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask you what pronouns you would like us to refer to you by.
and he.
I'm sorry, could you say that one more time?
He.
Okay, all right. And Mr. Osorio, did I say that correctly?
Yes, Osorio.
Osorio, okay. So what we're going to do here today is ask you questions based on the documents that were available to us that we all read. And when we're done asking the questions, the three of us will discuss your case and make a decision. Do you have any questions before we get started?
No, not at the time.
Okay. So I'm the one who's going to begin the questions.
Okay.
You have an 8-year sentence with 12 years of special parole to follow for conspiracy to assault first. And this incident happened in 2019 when you were about 28 years old?
Yes.
Do I have all those facts right? Okay.
Yes.
So I appreciate you taking responsibility in your opening statement and reflecting on how your actions contributed to the death of another person. I've read different documents that don't all say the same thing. So can you tell me why this shooting happened?
Well, from that day, that morning, what I was aware of, it was going to be a fight. I didn't know somebody was end up getting shot. I really didn't know. I was hanging out with the wrong people. I put myself in that situation. I gave people a ride, which led to somebody getting shot and killed.
Mm-hmm.
And I honestly didn't know.
So from what I took away from the documents, that this was a planned retaliation against the victim. This was for drugs that were stolen?
Yes. So I understand, like, people were being questioned about it, and it wasn't me that he stole from. It wasn't. It was somebody else. And I was the last person to get there. So I was not aware that that was going to happen that day.
Okay, because you were overheard with your co-defendants planning to harm or kill the victim for stealing drugs. Are you saying that you know, because that's where the conspiracy part came in, is that this was retaliatory, but it was planned, it wasn't impulsive. Do you agree with that?
I agree and disagree. I understand that the person that told the cops that she overheard my conversation, that was a lie. Where she said, from where I read the discovery package and the statements, where she said that she overheard my conversation and the place, that store on LA Street, I don't never hang out there. I don't get near that store. The owner that owned that store used to sexually abuse me when I was young. So that's a store that I would never go around or ever hang out with.
So I'm going to say a couple things to you, sir. You were convicted and you're serving a sentence. And in our process of interviewing you, we are looking to identify whether or not you're suitable to finish the 8 years out in the community on discretionary parole before you begin 12 years of special parole. And that decision has to be made in light of the interests of public safety. So you've already been convicted. And it's important when you talk about being fully responsible that in the process of taking responsibility, you don't shave off the corners of the facts in your case.
I understand.
So when, I read stuff and it certainly sounded like a retaliatory act. Maybe you didn't know the person would die, but things went down and are documented based on, in part, camera footage in the area. And when I read your explanation to Officer Wengertsman, next to it, I wrote bullshit. Because you just didn't, your version in no way matched up with the documented circumstances of this crime. So, what we're doing at this point is playing a game of chess. It feels like. With some of this is true, but I'm not going to yield that. And, I'm going with this version. And all I can say to you, sir, is you've already been convicted. I get you pled under Alfred, but, this is the time to be real. We're looking for evidence of change and any insights you have gained through programming, educational efforts, and your time incarcerated. So when you were initially asked, you told Officer Wengertsman you were selling drugs and hanging out with the wrong crowd, and someone ended up getting shot and died. And at least today, you're telling us you take responsibility for contributing to that death. And that's progress, because when I read your language, someone ended up getting shot and died, it was so distancing of any role. It was as if you were at the end of the block and you observed this go down, as opposed to being a player that made it happen.
Yeah, I was there. I gave them a ride.
Mm-hmm.
But the conversation that was overheard, that was a lie. I was never there 3 days prior talking about it. I really wasn't. That's the truth.
And there's also indications that that you were the person from whom the victim stole. So we'll move on from all of this, because I think I've made my point to you, and we're looking for you to appreciate the extent of the harm that was caused in your role in it. This went down in Hartford, late morning. And that's where the issue of public safety comes in. This wasn't a 3 a.m. shooting outside a club. This was broad daylight. And the victim was on a bicycle, and your co-defendants set out on foot from your car, and you circled around and didn't leave the scene, not immediately. Why were you selling drugs?
I was struggling. I grew up in DCF and signed out when I was 18. I didn't have positive guidance throughout my life. And that's what I was taught through my environment. I didn't wake up and decide to sell drugs. It just happened. And was wrong.
I
should've-
struggle with that, because you had to make a choice. At
Yes,
some point,
I
you
was.
acquired the drugs and you went out to peddle poison to your community to profit off of people suffering with addiction, right?
Yes.
That's pretty much the facts of it.
Yes.
So you didn't set out, but drug selling isn't accidental, it's intentional.
No, yeah, I understand that. It was just what was going around me as I was growing up.
I get that you had familiarity and you knew how it worked, but you didn't choose to go to McDonald's and get a job.
No, I chose the wrong way. I did.
I'm glad to see you've gone 2.5 years without a disciplinary report. That's some indication of change. I get what you say about coming in and, not understanding yourself and the environment, leading to difficulties in interacting with other people and the authorities. And you've, are you still a gym worker?
Yes, I am.
Okay. That speaks well of your taking on responsibility and developing some skills. And then you've done some vocational, as you pointed out in your opening statement, biohazard certifications, etc. And your GED, which I certainly hope you'll be successful in completing. It's the foundation on which you can build the rest of your life. It'll open doors for you. Who's the friend in Hartford that you want to sponsor to? Who's that person to you?
It wasn't in Hartford. Oh, it is. Okay, my bad. She's my friend from when I was 15 years old, and I met her in Klingberg. But since then, I changed my mind. I do not want to go to her house. I don't want to go to Hartford. I
You
feel
want
like
a halfway house.
I feel like I shouldn't go back to where I came from. I lived in Hartford all my life, and nothing good came out of it.
Okay. So what, for our purposes today, what's your preferred halfway house location?
I picked Norwich and Waterbury. I think there's no Waterbury, so I think New Haven.
No, there's Waterbury. No? Halfway houses?
Yeah.
Okay. New Haven, okay. And that also is a positive in your favor, that you realize like there's a history in Hartford that, you'll be stepping back into. And so it's best to change and start fresh with a new environment. And I give you a lot of credit for that because, the familiar is easy, right? You go back to the names of the streets and the best place to get groceries, etc. But I agree that a new location is in your best interest, especially because, the police know you in Hartford. And so change is good. It's not always easy, but it can be good. So did you know the victim in this crime?
Yes. I didn't know him well, but I've known him.
Was he from Hartford?
Yes. He used to hang out where I used to hang out.
Okay.
He knew
So
more of my...
that's another good reason to not go back to Hartford out of respect for his family.
I understand.
Yeah. Okay. So do you know places in New Haven or Norwich where you can seek out mental health services?
No, I never been in those two places.
Okay.
Well,
A lot of providers are, have offices around the state. So I didn't know if you knew that like Wheeler Clinic was also in New Haven or something to that effect. I don't know where you got services before. But your parole officer, whether it's discretionary parole that you're released to or special parole, will be able to connect you with services. And I encourage you to continue to address your mental health needs, especially making the life transitions that you have planned for yourself.
Yeah, I plan out to reach to therapy because when I started my transition, it was hard, and they don't give us therapy here or that type. Well, with transition in that field, they didn't. So I had to really deal with it with myself, my emotions. It was a lot, and I did it on my own, and
right.
I'm proud.
And out in the community, you won't have to do it on your own, and it will continue to be hard because there are a lot of people who aren't accepting. So, you don't have to do it alone, is what I'm trying to say to you. So you took tier 2, which I'm glad to see because you have a drug and alcohol score of 4. And you had abused a variety of substances in the past.
Yes.
How long have you been clean?
7 years, or 6 years, sorry, 6.5, since the day I came in.
Okay. Do you have, through your time there and in the tier 2 program, do you have a recovery plan, a relapse prevention in any way?
Yes, I plan to reach out to clinics and meetings. I do.
Tell me more about that. Be more specific.
So when I first came in, I didn't think I had an issue. I was in denial. And then through my experience here and the struggles here, I realized I have a problem and I need to address it and search for help. It will be my first time reaching out and addressing my drug abuse. It will be the first time. I mean, I'm gonna struggle. I know it's gonna be hard. It's not gonna be easy, but I am committed to better myself. I have a plan and I want to stick by it.
What's in the plan?
I staying away from Hartford, surrounding myself with good people, reaching out therapy programs, any resources that can help me. Employment. I really want to get my CDL license.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there, sir, because I want to keep the focus right now in the conversation on your recovery.
Okay.
So I heard you say, places would be Hartford, so you're going to change that. Therapy and surround yourself with good people. And how do you do that? Do you do that through CCAR? Do you do that through NA meetings? Do you have any idea?
NA meetings, IOP. I don't know what else is out there.
Okay. Have you heard of CCAR?
Yes, but don't really know what it is.
Okay. It's a tremendous resource of people living in recovery in a community supporting each other. And there are recovery centers. There's one here in Waterbury. They're all around the state. And it just connects you with people who can support you in your recovery. So, and not just recovery focused, but, they have different like outdoor activities, physical, exercise, meetup groups and things like that for, developing friendships among people who share some of your life experiences.
That sounds good.
So, yeah. So as my colleague will probably tell you, if you have a tablet, there is a link to CCAR on the tablet, so explore that in the meantime. And your parole officer can direct you to CCAR as well. So, and I see that you accumulated 10 disciplinary reports, and that's concerning, but none of them were for intoxication or contraband. And we know that the drugs are there in the facility. So what that says to me is you already made a commitment to yourself to live clean and sober. Because you could have, you could have resorted to anything recreational there as a way of coping with some of the challenges that you faced with making the transition and being incarcerated for this long. So that's also a positive indicator of change. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been offered things and I always say no and just stay away from those type of people or crowd.
Well, I don't think you would have gotten the programs, the educational opportunities, held the job, or gotten this far in your GED if you had used. Because all of that keeps you out of the good stuff that DOC can offer, right?
Right.
So, what do you understand about parole?
I've never been in parole. It's my first time.
That's why I want to know what you know it means, because you've had probation and failed a number of times on that level of supervision. So what do you know about parole?
I was 19. It was my first time ever getting in trouble. I really wasn't familiar at the time with the law. From what I've asked from and heard, parole, don't play around. I know to report because I had trouble before in probation, not reporting. I just want to do the right thing and not make any mistakes like this again.
I wouldn't call being in prison the result of a mistake. It's a result of a crime.
Yeah, I made bad choices.
So all I'm going to say to you about parole is that, parole has access to programs and services to help you be successful. Your parole officer is part of your support system.
Okay.
So, 12 years is a long time to get supervision. So work to build the relationship with your parole officer and go into it with a positive mindset that this is another person on your team who can help you.
Yeah, I feel like I need to structure.
If you spend your, the time running and dodging the accountability and the supervision, you'll just be brought back to the facility because parole officers have arrest powers. So you violate your conditions and it's not this long drawn out process of writing up a warrant and going to the judge and coming to look for you. Okay. And you don't want to serve the 12 years of special parole in York, right?
No.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for talking with me, Mr. Rosario, and I'm going to pass the opportunity on to my colleagues. Ms. Smith-Palmer?
Thank you. So I just want to follow up on one thing. So Mr. Rosario, the chair mentioned that you had these 10 disciplinary reports. Yeah, they go back, the last one was over 2 years ago. What's changed?
Was my mindset, to be honest, I knew the day I came in here, I promised myself that I want to walk out a different person. So I've taken the time to better myself, learn myself more, be more positive. And I worked on myself and controlling my emotions. The last time I got in trouble, I was like, this is it. Like, I don't want to keep getting in trouble.
Because, you have in 2023, you have 2 assault tickets, and then the rest of them are just not following the rules.
The last one, the disobeying the direct order, when I had my hearing, my interview, I couldn't remember that ticket. And then after I walked out, I remember my last ticket, I refused to go to court to take the stand because I was fearing for my life. That was my last ticket in the fighting one.
Okay. All right. I bring them up. They are 2.5 years ago, so things have certainly changed for you. It's obvious. But like my colleague said, you know, you would have parole if you're released today. Then you have probation. So you have special parole. Yeah. So you're a long time of people keeping an eye on what you're up to.
2037.
Yeah. Or a lot of time to get support in the community. Right? A lot of time to show that you're making positive adjustments to how you live your life.
Well, I first kind of isolated myself, and that's why I didn't use my resources, my support. I was always taught, like, I didn't grow up with a great family around me, so I didn't know how to reach out for help. So when that last ticket after that, I started reaching out to help. There's staff here that I built good relationship where I could talk to them, social workers. When I was upset, when somebody made me angry, I just learned to start reaching out to people, learn how to ignore people and just avoid conflict.
Yeah, those are good life skills.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I don't have any questions, Madam Chair. Both are covered.
Mr. Rodriguez was saying he didn't have any questions for you.
Okay.
So we're done with this part of the hearing, and now we're going to discuss your case. So just give us a moment and please don't interrupt. Okay.
Okay.
So Mr. Rosario, as I pointed out, is serving a sentence that had to do with the death of another person. The victim was 34 years old when Mr. Rosario and his co-defendants at the age of 28 conspired to retaliate against this person, resulting in his death. So this was in 2019, and Mr. Rosario came into the facility, as he described, struggling a bit with non-compliance. The last 5 DRs were all in 2023, and made a decision to want better and more for himself, and so began change with programming, with education, with work and vocational training. And that, to me, you know, those are the 4 pillars of rehabilitation. So there's been tremendous success. And I would be concerned about his recovery were it not for what he just said to you, Ms. Smith Palmieri, about asking for help. We all know that that's a sign of strength, not as others would have us believe, weakness. And I understand in the environment Mr. Rosario began his life in, it was not an okay thing to do. I'm impressed that he wants to start out in a new city with a fresh beginning. I think that will be critical to transition, and I mean that in the plural, that he will undertake coming out into the community. And I would be happy. We're talking about 11 months of a head start on his 12 years of special parole. And I not only think he earned it, but I think he deserves it. Which, given the nature of the offense and the resulting death, is a huge step. And I really appreciate that he began speaking to us from a place of responsibility and apology. So that's where I am. Ms. Smith-Palmieri?
I agree. There is definitely offender change, a different mindset, a positive way of thinking. I would like to vote in favor of discretionary parole today.
Okay.
I'm also in the same place, sure.
Okay. So I have halfway house, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, and no contact with co-defendants, Cynthia Cruz and Louise Rivera. I don't know if we had, I'm just checking the victim outreach tab. Did you have any family members of the victim identified?
I didn't. I just had the victim.
Okay. So we have the mother of the victim. Yeah. So we can add no contact with the
family,
with the mother of the victim. She's registered. All right. So in the matter of Taishani Osario, inmate number 360264, there is a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of April 17th, 2026, with the following conditions for your supervision: halfway house placement, mental health evaluation, and you said 4/8/26 in your opening.
Did I?
Yeah, so,
May 8th, 26.
okay. I'm going to start that over. I had 5/10 and I was like, okay, so it's moved up to being past his eligibility date. We're going to start over, sir. In the matter of Taishani Osario, inmate number 360264, there is a motion to grant parole on or after your earliest eligibility date of May 8th, 2026, with the following conditions for your supervision: halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, no contact with the mother of the deceased, initial CA, and no contact with your co-defendants, Cynthia Cruz and Louise Rivera. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. And the especially good news, Mr. Osario, is that hopefully you can finish your GED before you go out.
Thank you.
We wish you much success.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Taishani Osario, inmate number 360264.
I knew it. Oh my God.
You got this, bro. Shake it off. Deep breath.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello.
We'll be with you in 1 second.
Okay.
So nice, he had a question for me, but he said he agreed. You know, they will all three say yes. He didn't have any questions, so when I said he didn't have any questions for me.
Morning, my name is Pearl, Office Voice for today. It's Friday, April 17th, 2026. This is here in the board parties of parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good afternoon.
Madam Member Rodriguez, good afternoon.
Deborah Smith Palmer.
Can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Yes, Jennifer Nunez, 378-366.
Thank you. The hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jennifer Nunez, inmate number 378-366. She is serving a sentence of 7 years, suspended after 2 years and 12 months with 3 years probation for illegal operation of a motor vehicle under the influence of drugs, alcohol, or defense, risk of injury to a minor, violation of the ignition interlock device requirements, evading responsibility, 2 counts of violation of probation with illegal operation of a motor vehicle under the influence of drugs or alcohol, third offense for both counts. As of today, record of parole eligibility date of January 4th, 26. There is no victim input in the case. There is a offender accountability plan that has been reviewed. It shows the offender had a job. Utilizing the women's risk needs assessment, the offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the moderate range. Ms. Nunez, this is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Jennifer. First of all, I just want to say that I take full accountability for my actions. That was a poor choice that I made that night. Just to start off, just wanted to read this really quickly. I take full responsibility for my irresponsibility of my actions that led me here. I believe I should be granted parole because I'm definitely not the same person as I was when I came in here. I transitioned into a responsible, respectable young woman. I'm no longer this impatient, stubborn girl. I've learned to sit with myself and figure out who I want to be in life. I've been here for about 20 months now, sober, clear-minded, and motivated to become something of myself. As soon as I got here, I'm CNA, and I've been working for the medical for York, taking care of the elderly inmates. So that actually kept my certification certified, active. I'm currently working at Pursuit, which grants me a permanent position when I get out of work, when I get out of here. So I have a job lined up waiting for me. I do keep in touch with my sober coach, Jennifer Reed. She's my recovery coach, actually. And I have everything just lined up for me when I get out. I've been saving up money, so I have that to look forward to when I get out of here, apartment-wise and stuff like that. The license, I'm looking to restore it eventually. But I know I have to work towards that. Yeah, that's about it. So.
Thank you, Ms. Nunez. You may sit. So what we're doing is making a decision about whether you can go out early on your 3 years that you have to serve on discretionary parole before you begin 3 years of probation. We've read the documents that were available to us and prepared questions. We'll take turns asking you those questions. Then the three of us will discuss your case and make a decision. Any questions before we begin?
No.
Okay, my colleague, Ms. Smith Palmieri, will begin.
Thank you. So Ms. Nunez, a couple of things. I'm happy to see that you're working for that Pursuit Industries. Yes. You're correct in that, it should give you significant job skills and an opportunity for employment on release. So that's definitely positive. Yes. You've got a long ways to get your license back.
Yes.
I'm glad to hear you realize that.
Yeah.
And I think it's important that it sounds as though you've reached out to CCAR.
Yes, I did.
Have a recovery coach.
Yes.
I can't help but wish you had done that before this last driving under the influence.
Yes, I know.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I did realize sitting here for these 20 months that I do have to take my mental health seriously. I'm on the right meds. I do suffer from depression, anxiety, bipolar 1, and personality disorder. And so,
Ms. Nunez, I'm sorry,
yes.
I didn't stop you faster, but the hearing is live streamed over the internet, and you have a right to your privacy. So we don't want you to share anything that of a personal nature that you don't want the whole world to know.
Okay. Fair. Mm-hmm.
And we do have some information about your mental health.
Okay.
So, but I am happy, also pleased to hear that you feel like you've got a better sense of how
Yes.
to manage that, and you're feeling good today.
Thank you.
You know, I'm looking at these. You were on probation for driving under the influence.
Yes.
2 probations when you were arrested on the 3rd one, and driving without an ignition lock in the car. So, I mean, do you have any rationale for why you ventured into this new situation? Driving under the influence, not using a car with the right equipment?
Yeah, there's no excuse. I'm telling you, I just made poor choices, honestly. And I do realize that that vehicle was my mom's vehicle, and I used it to go to and from work, and that was the wrong thing to do.
Yeah, but you were under the influence when you were driving it.
The last incident, yes. Yeah.
So it's a
the
little
last
bit
incident.
more than driving it back and forth to work.
Yeah, that was the last incident that was the last incident in 2023 you're talking about, right?
That is correct.
Yes, yeah, I was leaving out of a family party, had a little bit too much to drink, and went in the car to drive home, and obviously didn't make it home. That was not the right choice to make. I regret that.
Your alcohol level was quite high. You were under the influence of other substances. You tested positive for PCP. You know, I can't help. I need to just tell you, I hear a little bit of minimizing. You know, I had a little too much to drink. I was at a family party. You have had 3 accidents with your driving under the influence. Then you use your sister's name on one of them. That's got wreak havoc on the family.
Well, that situation when I used my sister's name, I wasn't intoxicated. That was when I was coming from work. And then they said that I had evading responsibility because I used her name, but I stood there. But that incident, I wasn't intoxicated in that incident. When I used my sister's name, there were 2 dates, 2 different dates.
Why were you driving a car without an ignition lock?
I shouldn't have done it. I should have known. I was driving it on my way to work. That was the situation where I used my mom's car to go to work and got into an accident. But I wasn't intoxicated that time.
So how do you feel about alcohol and drug use now? Because up until this last DUI, you were still drinking, obviously.
Yeah.
And you were, if I read my notes correctly, you said you had cut back. You reduced how much you were drinking. So how are you looking at your life going forward?
Going forward, I mean, alcohol played a major part in
and drugs
played a major part in these accidents, and my life, you know, has been hectic ever since I've been drinking. So now moving forward, I do want to actually tackle the deeper situations within myself, seeking help from a psychiatrist that I never had before. You know, I need to actually sit down with that person and actually get into the deeper, you know, root of how or why I go to drink anyway, to numb some type of, you know, pain, childhood trauma that I've been through when I was younger. Maybe that's why, but I'm not making any excuses. I know I'm a grown woman. I made those choices poorly to drink, and moving forward, I want to sponsor. I'm actually going to be attending groups this time. I want to get sober for myself this time. Before I was doing it for other people, but this time it's me. I want this for myself.
Okay. Did you ever obtain any sober time, or were you just living where you had reduced the amount of alcohol drinking?
I had some sober time. Well, this is the longest I've been sober here, 2 years, almost 2 years, 20 months. I was pregnant at one point. I was sober for the 9 months. My surroundings and stuff like that, I'm changing locations, you know, so that's not gonna be a problem. Living at my mom has 8 years of clean time and she's a big inspiration. So if granted parole, I'll be going over there, and she's very, you know, militant and very responsible. So I look up to that. So, you know, yeah.
I think you're lucky to have somebody who lives, you know, a sober lifestyle that you can lean on for support.
Right.
But, and I liked hearing that, you know, you've reached out to CCAR. I think as a young person, that's a program, an agency that can offer you not only a sober network, but also an opportunity of someplace to go for things to do.
Yes.
Right? They're very community minded. So they offer a lot all the way around. Let's talk about programming. I have a note that says you turned down the Tier 4 program.
Well, because I'm in Tier 2 right now. I was in a long waiting list. I'm in four sessions in Tier 2. I have about 6 weeks left to finish that. Only reason for me declining Tier 4 is because my last DUI, I did attend that program, and I know what to expect. A lot of people there don't take, you know, that program seriously. So I know what I was going into. And plus the pursuit job I had, I was looking forward to working at the pursuit. So now if I had accepted the Tier 4, I wouldn't have had this position here at Pursuit at all. So I looked towards Tier 2, and they said Tier 2 was about the same as, you know, the Tier 4 without the location switching.
Okay. So when you said you took the Tier 4 program before, do you think you were one of those people that maybe didn't take it very seriously?
Yes.
So you have a ways to go. You have a couple of disciplinary reports. The last one was March of 2025, so almost a year ago. So it looks like things have settled down a little bit for you.
Yes, I've been ticket free for a year. Oh, a little past a year. So
yeah, just a little past.
Yeah.
Okay. And you'll have 3 years of probation to follow this sentence.
Yes.
So you'll go back on probation, you know, with all the same or a lot of the same conditions, special conditions that were required before.
Okay.
The interlock treatment, you know, no alcohol and no drugs, because those are just legal to begin with.
Yeah.
Okay, and you want to sponsor to your mother's house. Looks like they haven't been able to contact your mother, but so a halfway house is always available. And
do they, oh, sorry to cut you off. Do they have her actual number? Do they have the right number?
And you can work that out with parole later. Okay?
Yeah.
And then you mentioned Pursuit already.
Yes.
Okay. What do you think is going to be difficult for you returning to the community?
Actually, I think it's going to be a lot better than the other times I came home and to nothing, to no money, to no job. It was actually hard for me to get a job last time. And now that I have everything lined up, I don't think I have an issue this time around. I have money saved up, so you know, I'm looking to save up money for an apartment. I have a 15-year-old son, so you know, he's waiting for me to, you know, get my stuff together as well. So I'm not only doing this for me, him too. But yeah, I don't see any difficulties happening when I get home.
Do you think it'll be hard to be a sober person?
Of course, I mean, yeah, but I have the support. I have my mom supporting me. I have my son's father. He doesn't drink or do drugs. He, you know, he's a big help. I'm gonna surround myself with positive people. I'm gonna be attending CCAR community. So you know, I don't have the same friends as I used to hang out with, which were all drinkers and problem starters. I don't have those in my life anymore. So I think I'd be good this time around.
You know, driving under the influence is a risk to your community. So
yes,
never mind you, but really a risk to everyone around you.
Yeah, I agree.
And
thank God I didn't hurt anybody.
You got risk of injury because the child in the car that you hit needed medical attention. So I'm not sure you can say you didn't hurt anybody.
Well, yeah.
All right, Ms. Nunes, thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez.
I don't have a lot of questions, just, you know.
All right.
It's hard to get past all of these situations of illegal driving under the influence. You know, it's hard to get past that. We have to sit here and think about public safety, and it's challenging. I'm glad that you're involved with CCAR, and I hope that you continue that relationship with them. I mean, it seems to me that's the only difference at this point from anything else, because you had other opportunities to really put yourself together and you didn't do it. Why didn't you do it when you had those opportunities? What prevented you from getting yourself together?
Well, my stubbornness and the people I surrounded myself with were not good people at all. Like
those people are still out there.
Right, but I'm not around them and I'm not their friends. I haven't heard from them ever since I came to jail. So, I mean, why would I surround myself around them now when I'm, you know, or if I were to come home, you know, like they're.
Yeah, I hear that, but you know, on some level, you're responsible for your own drinking.
Right.
For your own choice.
Right.
But so you don't have to have those friends around you to make that choice.
So I'm gonna choose not to drink and just to stay sober. I feel good, actually, been sober for 20 months.
And in there, I'm glad you are in there. I mean, you're in there. I'm glad you are sober.
Right.
Yeah, you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't really have a whole lot of other questions for you, but I do wish you a lot of luck, and I hope that you do take your sobriety, which you currently now have, very seriously.
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Nunes, are you an alcoholic?
I'm a recovering alcoholic, yes.
You know, it was concerning to read that you usually binge drink and that you drink until you run out of alcohol or you pass out. Those are all signs of a problem drinker.
Yes, I agree.
So there was one occasion where you were smoking marijuana while you were driving. You understand that's an impairment as well, right?
Yes.
Driving high is a DUI.
Yeah.
The commercial tells us. So I think you struggle at times to really appreciate and take responsibility. You know, my colleague pointed out your minimizations. You know, one of your DUIs, you were driving to the package store and you hit a pole. I don't think you needed to be going to the package store.
Yeah, I
let
don't
alone
think
being
so.
behind the wheel.
Right.
So
You're completely
when
right.
you got the risk of injury and evading, and were interviewed by the parole officer, you said that you took a left when another car hit you, and that you were not at fault because the other car was going too fast. I don't really think you understand the rules of the road. If you're making a left turn, you yield to oncoming traffic. And as an experienced driver, you learn to judge the speed at which the oncoming car is traveling so that you know when to make that left-hand turn. So in fact, you really were at fault for turning and causing the car to hit your car. Just because the car hit your car doesn't mean they're the ones responsible. You were making an unsafe left-hand turn. Do you get that?
Yes.
Okay. So you got a technical violation of a DUI home confinement program in 2023. What was the violation?
That was when I hit a pole on the 2023. That was when I wasn't supposed to be where I was at the family outing drinking, and then I got into the car, and then I hit that pole in 2023 on parole on a bracelet. Yes.
Okay, because honestly, that would have been a violation, criminal violation, not technical, because you got a new DUI for that. So I'm not sure that's accurate. But you've really struggled on probation in the past.
Yeah.
6 times you have convictions for violating probation. Kind of surprised you didn't get parole with this sentence. I'm concerned about your decision making, quite honestly, because someone with your history and the crimes that you're serving your sentence for really needed the Tier 4 program, and that you prioritized the DeFi program over taking a rehabilitative program that was going to address your criminogenic needs, so that, you know, you have a little money saved when you go out is really concerning to me. And I'm wondering, what are your priorities when you're back out in the community? Because you've already mentioned getting your license back.
No, I understand that's going to take a long time, a while, probably like years down the line. I understand that. So transportation would be on me, Ubering and lifting, but that license is not my priority right now. That's not. And I wanted to take pursuit because in the past I did have a lot of issues finding a job.
The question that I put to you is, we're getting far afield of it. So I think I've heard everything that I need to, I appreciate the progress that you've made, Ms. Nunez. But I think there's considerable work still to be done. Certainly before I would feel comfortable having you out on discretionary parole, that I agree to. You have 13 months left on this sentence. And I hope you will sort out your priorities. Number one really should be your recovery. And I would encourage you to work on your honesty. You've, through impairment, I guess, been challenged to be an honest person. And that's concerning, and it harms other people when you aren't honest. So that's it for the questions. So give us just a few minutes to discuss. Ms. Smith-Palmieri?
So I think we're all in the same thinking that Ms. Nunez, she's not suitable for discretionary parole today. She still needs to complete the addiction services program.
Yeah, I have about 6 weeks left of that.
We understand that. And at this point, Ms. Nunez, we need you to sit quietly, not interrupt.
So she still needs to finish the Tier 2 program. Yeah.
Maybe she can ask for aftercare.
Yeah, aftercare, get more involved with CCAR if that's at all possible. Go to AA meetings. I don't think we're hearing the level of importance or significance of these charges. For such a young person, this is my concern. She's only 36 years old, and here she's 3, maybe 4 DUIs. We know that there's typically, a grace on the first one. You get to a program. So, for her sake, her child's sake, the sake of the community, I'm hopeful that Ms. Nunes will benefit from the Tier 2 program, maybe do the aftercare, really engage with CCAR. I think it could offer her a good community support network to help her meet people that are living a sober lifestyle, because it's not
Her
just
age, yeah.
her age, yeah, because it's all ages, but it's not just the alcohol, it's the drugs too.
It is, right.
So she's so young and the opportunities are right in front of her. A job with Pursuit could give her a job to support herself, her son, really do some good work, but she's got to be a sober person from drugs and alcohol to keep that type of job.
Correct.
So for today, I don't find her suitable for discretionary parole, and I don't have her coming back from a rehear as well.
I agree with all of that. And I know that you talked to her about that DR, and she's obviously very proud that she's gone over a year without a DR, but that was an assault ticket.
Yes.
That wasn't, interfering with safety and security or security tampering on the phones. That was a physical assault, which is concerning. So,
I'm in the second place. Sure, it's very difficult decision.
Yeah, because it's a year ago,
Too many.
I'm sorry.
No, so I'm good.
Yeah, I'm just saying, because the assault ticket was a year ago, I'm not really factoring that strongly into the denial today.
Not me either.
no, but it is concerning nonetheless.
Yes.
So I have criminal history, nature and circumstance, offense on probation, and inadequate evidence of offender change.
Yeah, I didn't have criminal history, but we certainly include that nature and circumstance, criminal history, and poor performance on committed while on probation, right?
Okay.
And same thing, programs.
You good?
Yeah, good.
Okay, so in the matter of Jennifer Nunes, inmate number 378366, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your criminal history, the nature and circumstances of your current offenses, those offenses being committed while you are already on probation, and inadequate evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Parole is denied. We wish you much success, Ms. Nunes. Keep working on yourself.
Thank you.
This concludes hearing for Jennifer Nunes, inmate number 378366.
The verdict that I have to do a program first, while I'm finishing the team. Okay. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Earl Bullet. For today is Friday, April 17th, 2026. This is a case review being held to add a condition for Randy Appia, inmate number 439185. Can you please state your name for the record?
Nancy Turner.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Parole and Community Services requesting the problem sexual behavior condition be added for this case.
Any objections?
No objection.
Okay, so in the matter of Randy Appia, I make a motion to accept the field's request to add problem sexual behavior treatment to Mr. Appia's conditions of supervision. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
This concludes the hearing for Randy Appia, inmate number 439185. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Woods. For today is Friday, April 17, 2026. This is case review being held to add a condition for Deon Lions, number 440589. Members, could you please state your name for that?
Nancy Turner.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Parole and Community Services requesting that the enhanced internet and device monitoring condition be added for this case.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, so in the matter of Dylan Crespio, there is a motion to accept the field's request to add enhanced internet and device monitoring to his conditions of supervision. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
This concludes the hearing for Deon Lions VOP. 4089. Good afternoon. My name is Patrol Officer Boisford. Today is Friday, April 17th, 2026. This is a case review being held to add a condition for Fred Parham, inmate number 407119. Board members, can you please state your name for the record?
Nancy Turner.
Cameron Rodriguez.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Parole and Community Services are requesting that the no contact with minors condition, problem sexual behavior condition, and halfway house placement conditions all be updated with the current condition language.
So I make a motion to remove the prior conditions of problem sexual behavior and a general no contact, and instead put in place the stipulation of problem sexual behavior treatment and no contact with minors. Halfway house placement was already an existing step. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
This concludes the hearing for inmate number 47119. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Boisford. Today is Friday, April 17th, 2026. This is a case review being held to add a condition for Elise Santana, inmate number 408-401. Board members, can you please state your name for the record?
Nancy Turner.
Cameron Rodriguez.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Parole and Community Services requesting that the enhanced internet and device monitoring condition and restrictions on pornographic materials condition be to this case.
Any objections? No objections. So in the matter of Felix, Santana.
Felix Santana.
Felix. Okay. That there's a motion to add enhanced internet and device monitoring and a restriction on pornography to his conditions of supervision. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Santana, inmate number 408.
So all of the paperwork is Felix with an X, and then on the request for board action, it's with a Z. That's like that. Felix. Feliz.
Well, it's supposed to be Feliz.
Yeah. Yes.
Feliz.
Is that how you spell police?
Happy? That's exactly how you spell it.
Happy? Or is it?
It's Felix.
It is.
Okay, so this is 110. The hearing is over.
The RT60 has Miss Felice.
I'll show you.
Maybe it is Feliz Santana.
Well, the other girl too, Noon, on the docket.
Yes.
Here, AKA.
Yes. Oh, there we go. Okay, so.
Yeah, but this is Felix.
Got it.
And then this is Feliz.
Interesting.
Yeah. All right, well, safe driving.
Yeah, thank
Yeah,
you.
be careful.
Nice job, Madam Chair.
Thank you. It's a team effort.